You'll be live chat. 1 second. Let's go. Here. There we go. What am I looking for? Oh, that's what I'm forgetting. Alrighty. Perfect. Hi, how's it going? What you up to today? Let me see. Alright, chat. Good, nice. Yo, what up, DUC? How's it going, man? I'm doing good. Woke up just a little bit ago. Well, actually, I woke up early, watched the F1 race, and then went back to bed. And then woke up not too long ago. Alrighty. But yeah, now I'm chilling. We're gonna watch Clayx, Peter Ball, all of them go against each other. What game you play? Fortnite. Alrighty. You doing anything, or are you just doing those custom games with Jacob's custom games?
I'm doing the big old Jacob custom games, bro. I'm
Mm.
waiting for NAC right now.
Well, you still got a while. Yeah, 2. I don't know. I may just play with whoever and maybe play some ranked or something.
Oh, these kids are always looking at us, bro.
Go chat, should I play ranked or unranked?
I don't know.
Battle Royale.
Jacob's just looking at us, though. Wait, this thing's got Fred, come?
Why is my TikTok chat not connected? 1 second. Let me connect this real quick.
I'm gonna rotate those. About right. Get this kid right here. Are you with me?
There we go. There we go. Oh, I can see your messages now on TikTok. Let's go. Can I please join? Yeah, add me. Get me added or no? I forget who I've added. Yeah, I'm gonna put Battle Royale. 1 sec. Some of you guys may see double cameras real quick. All right, we good. Yeah, anybody can join. I'm just gonna play some squads or whatever. How many people we have joined? I got 3 spots in my lobby, so whoever wants to join, let me know. Oh, let me turn on my friend requests. Actually, I forgot about that. Can you do customs? I don't think people aren't really doing customs right now, so I don't know. Maybe in a bit. But we'll see. But if anybody wants to play Battle Royale, join, add me, join up. Hello, hello, how's it going? Anybody can join. Send me a friend request. Do exclamation point epic if you're on everything but TikTok. That should work for you. Send me a friend request. I'll accept it and then request to join. Because my friends list is deep. Sometimes it lets me invite people right here, but I don't think it's gonna let me. What's my username? It's the same as my my purple up in my TikTok down at the bottom. All right, I accepted you. Request to join.
I think you gotta join Jacob's lobby to join, bro. He's the one hosting these.
How many crown wins you have? Like probably like 5. I don't have that many. When I do play, I play a lot of customs, so. Dang, bro, be grinding out here. Anybody else trying to join chat? Or I'm just gonna start a game. There we go. I got you. Anybody else joining? Superfish stick, are you getting on, man, or what?
I got a new job, but what the fuck is doing?
I'm gonna give you like 30 seconds. Cause I want to play a game, so. Let me know if you're joining or I'm just gonna play. I have something for you. Alright, bet. I'm just gonna ready up. I don't know. He's not responding, so.
I think his name is just saying that on TikTok.
Yo, what up, little J? How's it going, man?
Look right here. Oh, Calzi and Jacob, let's go. We can fight this. If we lose, okay? I don't care if I die to them. Get up, though. Get behind me.
Playing some just normal battle royale for a little bit, chat, until Central starts. Then I'm gonna watch.
Is it when you kill him?
Watch Central.
Toxic,
My first game of the day. I literally just got on.
You know, can I see it? Okay. Get off my region, kid.
Alright, someone mark something.
This guy
I'll go
Batman
wherever.
did just full chasing me around.
there? Okay. Or not. Yeah, let's go harder, whatever. Alright, bet. See if we can win our first game on today, chat. Why is my ping so bad right now? What is happening with my ping? How have I not found shield? There we go. Oh my god, I can aim. That's bad. No, no, no. Oh my god, that was close. Hollow Sprites Bats, man. W. Appreciate it, man. Okay, I actually need to go to extractor though, because I don't have any of the extracting things. Ooh, I did not mean to email. Yeah, I don't have any portable extractors. Don't worry, we're about to get something crazy out of this chest, watch. Never mind. Never mind.
Impressive work. I'll be in touch.
Well, I can buy my daily XP here too. This works perfect. I should buy extractors, low-key, but I don't know. Rift. Big pie. Hey, you guys, drink up some shield, man. You guys don't even have full shield. There's another big pot there. Someone grab that. Boom. Extracted. I don't think I had that one. I don't know, though. Maybe I did. No, I didn't. Bet. I have one of those. I think I have the normal one. Appreciate it. Alrighty. I'm gonna head towards Sinister. One shot, dead. Gotta reload. Yo, what up, F1S? Him, how's it going, man? Do I want to challenge her? I don't know. These are these mobile lobbies slash Switch. Some Switch lobbies. Alright, I need to go find a big bot. I'm gonna go up to Sinister to the vending machine. Actually, I'm gonna go to this one over here, I think. Actually, wait, no, there's some barrels here. I'm gonna just hit these instead. But I think I'm still gonna go buy a chug jug. There's 30 people left. Oh, the dog's here. We could... I'm gonna go pet the dog for full shield. Bet. Full shield. Buy a big pot real quick. Or not big pot, chug jug real quick, and I'm chilling. Alright, let's go find people. That's not what I meant to do. Oh my god, I meant to press M and I actually emoted. Where are the people at? I think there's people up this way. Possibly. Oh yeah, got a guy in the air. Hit him 29. Can't hit a single shot. Knocked one. Going for the res. Give me a second. I'm popping shield. Dead. Dead. Nice. There's another person somewhere, I think. Bro, why do all these people have Maven pumps? I don't want that garbage. Who's a better striker? Yo, let me know if you guys find any, like, green or higher striker pump. Still have a gray. Oh my gosh. Bro, what's up with all the gray strikers? Watch out for a reboot. Oh shit, never mind. It's 3v3. Never mind. Just gotta find them. I have a feeling they're gonna be over this way somewhere. So we were just over that way. Nope, never mind. Let's just go to circle. Locked one for you. Holy cow. Oh, GG's. GG's. Holy cow. Alright, let's get fish sticks in here. Alright, let's see what I have. Okay, so I have gold Batman and hollow Batman now. It's the Batmans I have. You know what? I still don't have a single cube sprite. Bro, I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33 sprites. Holy cow, I fell off. I used to have like all but like 6, I think, at one point. Like a few weeks ago. I got a full squad right now, man, but if someone leaves and you're still in here, yeah, we can get you in here, man. Yo, what up, Lucky Man? How's it going, man? Or, you know what we could do? If everyone's down, we could do like a pillars map. Just have fun, mess around for a bit. What do you guys think? I know your character is Peter Parker, right? Bro, like what? Alrighty. Let's go Sinister. Yeah, maybe we'll play a few more Battle Royale games. This one, and maybe like 1 or 2 more after that. And then we can play like some pillars with whoever wants to join. Sounds like a plan. And then we got Central starting in like an hour-ish. You can watch Quakes, Peterbot, and all them play. See who qualifies, who doesn't qualify. Oh my god, it's a fall damage. Bro, who put 0 build on? Oh my god, that's a boss. I'm an idiot. I'm dead. Everyone's dying. I don't have a rush. I have a pistol, that's it, but I'll be fine. I swear I saw a chest over here. Alright, let's just go in. W. Grab this mini. Grab this AR. Grab that for somebody when we reboot. We have reboot cards, right? I should go back to the reboot van where you rebooted me. Get our team up. Alrighty, bet. Oh, here, someone take the shotgun. You appreciate the follow, man. Right in front of us. Okay, I'm gonna put great pistols my probably. Oh my god, I gotta reload. Holy, there's so many people around here. I'm out of ammo. Dead on 2. One shot on the guy right here. Dead. Oh, these guys have loot. Actually, I want that. Bro, I need ammo. AR ammo. Oh, that's only one, but I think I'll be fine. Yo, there's a med kit right here for somebody. On your guys' way in. Do that. Reload my guns. I need to find AR ammo. AR ammo. Yes. Let's go. Guys on me. One shot. The other one. I'm an idiot. I misclicked like a million times. Bro, I tried to impulse away and I just couldn't hit it. go. Sorry, teammate. We had to sacrifice you. Alright, let me see if I can get any shots up here. Oh, I can work with that. Holy cow, I got so low there. Bruh. Yeah, I just wasted so much ammo. I'm just trying to be cool when I'm not cool. I'm not gonna lie. Right here, right here, right here. In the tree, and one in the tree. One of the trees, one shot, dead. I'm going for a chug jug. There's one right here. Alrighty, we got this game. I believe. People are shooting up here. Boosted. You come over here, guys. There's 2 barrels here. Right behind you. Car. Alrighty. 8 people left. A lot of solos, Make sure my guns are reloaded. Yo, there's slurp arrows here if you guys want to come here. Low key. You know what? Someone take that. I'm buying another one. Where's the last 2 people at? Oh, guy right over here. On the other side of that hill. Up here. Just saw him right over here somewhere. One shot. One shot on both, or not one shot on both, but really low on the one and one shot on one. Killed them both. One guy left. Listen for reboot vans. Wait, I was gonna say, what the heck? Why'd it take forever to end the game? GG's. I was like 4 people left. Where's the last person? That thing just took forever to end. Bet. All right, chat. 1 second. Yeah, we can do pillars. I think I have a pillars map saved. Maybe. I don't even know what I've saved. Probably a bunch of random stuff saved. Maybe I don't have a pillar saved. I swear some of yours, like, stuff just doesn't save. Yeah, send me a friend request. It's the same as my TikTok. This is the best pillars map, I guess. Oh no, this one's the best one. What the heck just happened? Turn public off. Bro, stop changing it. I don't have friend request, man. One second. Whoa. One second. This is my username. Send me a friend request. Oh no, that guy left. Whatever. Or give me yours. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Oh, there we go. I made my party joinable. Whatever. What up, Jacob? How's it going, man? All right, chat. Ready up. Let's just play Pillars. Whoever wants to join can join in. Maybe I shouldn't put this on public or my party unjoinable. What you doing, Jacob? Bro. Now we have to ready up again. Holy cow. Yo, guys, don't invite anybody until we get in. Invite people once we get in. I just want to get in the lobby. There we go. There we go. Dang, it's taking forever for some of you guys to load in. I think it's fine if I start it. No, I didn't throw it far enough. Oh my god, that's OP. That doesn't go that far, no. Ooh, let's go, shield. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I won, but GG's. I was about to die and I just shot that rift launcher. There's no way I get one of these again. What are the odds? W. Oh my gosh. One shot. No. Oh, that's rough. But I probably had builds and I'm dumb and I didn't look. Okay, yeah, I can't accept that for some reason. GG. Oh my gosh. No. Dang it. That's kind of funny though. That's tough. I'm not gonna lie, that's rough. GG. Oh my gosh. I'm dead. I can't even see where I'm at. It's so dumb of me. Why did I flashbang myself? Oh man. Rip. the snipe. The invisible man. Bro, how many people are in this party? Got 3 people left. You can say bro's in storm now. GG's. Bro, what is my loadout? How do I even get to this? I can't. No, that's not what I meant to do. I swear I wasn't even peeking. What? I don't even know where I just got shot from. I'm so confused. I'm actually lost. I don't even know what just happened. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna block that off immediately. Yo, what up? How's it going? Oh, I overshot that. I'm dead again. No. When's the tournament starting? It's like in 30 minutes, a little over 30 minutes. Starts around 2 p.m. PST. I don't know what time zone you're in, but ooh, that's rough. No, I think. Oh wait, that was a fire mask, man. Yeah, no problem. One a team. Sorry, man. I can't do that. Oh, I didn't realize that gives it to him. That was nice. Back-to-back snipes. Oh my god, that actually hit me. Do you remember me? Yeah, I do. What's up, man? How's it going? Poor guy. I'm not gonna lie, that's rough. That guy's dead. Dang, I think I hit the turret. That guy's dead. There's no way he's always there. Bro, I'm getting like so lucky loot wise. It's actually insane. GG's. It's all good, man. Brody. Bruh. That's tough. I should have built above me. Holy XP. I died first. All good, man. Wait, is that the end of the round? I'm already showing the lobby chat. I have another map we can play. Following. Where's this one? This map's fire. Ready up, everyone? Alrighty. You guys, if you're in chat, don't invite anybody or don't join until we're in the lobby, because it's annoying to get into a game. Ready up, ready up. Yeah, I am. The fish sticks ready up, man. Alrighty. I'm gonna join the bet. Yeah, I recognize your name. All right, chat, let's play. We got a little bit until Central starts, and then I'm gonna watch Central, so we'll play until then. Alrighty. Wait, what? I don't know what just happened. Bro, you joined in my lobby, I see, huh?
Yeah, I thought we were gonna play minigame box be 100 plus minigames.
Yeah, bro, we're out here having fun, okay?
What was I? What was I? Not like you.
I don't know how many people can join this lobby, but join up, man. Oh, this is Leaf. Oh, there's people on the bottom that we're going against.
Would you say I'm the best player in this lobby or not?
Sure, man.
Take it, Bosch.
Woo!
I need a confidence chat.
Anybody can join. By the way, I have my game on public. Or not public, my lobby on public. Oh my gosh. Is there someone down there that's just not playing? I feel like this should have been way harder. Oh no, you guys are playing. Okay, we won somehow? W?
They probably can't shoot their gun like every second though. They probably can shoot like every like 10 seconds.
True. You have to charge it up. I don't know what to do.
I'm voting for catch. Only real ones vote for catch. Okay.
Bro, red light, green light. Okay, someone ended the game for some reason.
Somebody ended the game there.
Like, why are people weird?
Why did
Bro.
Jacob say what's up?
Chat, why you guys in the game?
Isaiah joined the stream. Alrighty.
That's so stupid that it could just end like that.
We do a different place.
Brodicky.
Pillars?
We just did pillars.
Let's
We just
do
switched
pillars.
from
Let's do
we
pillars.
just
chat.
switched
Let's
from
do
pillars to this.
Let's do pillars.
Pillars doesn't have that many players. This is way more. Pillars
You
is
don't
only
got that many
like
players. You got 5.
yeah, but there was a
got
lot more
6.
people.
That point we're leaving the lobby. Oh, come on. I'm so impatient, bro. I need to shut up. Who's Dayon the goat? I think I know that guy.
That's the guy in the lobby. Oh my gosh, I swear we can never get into a game.
Lex, exit.
Bro, who's changing the game?
I changed it. What about it? I'm coming in here. I'm coming in here, and I get to decide what we play, Zach. That's how that works.
No,
I didn't actually change it. Like, bro would have been like, I don't even care, and shut up, and like, you would have been something worse. I didn't say just playing. I didn't actually change it.
Bro, why does it
I play
change
whatever-
this?
It's just glitch, bro. Like, you keep clicking on it, and then it teleports back.
If we don't get in, I'm just gonna kick everybody and then load into a game and then put my party unjoinable.
Well, glitch. It says waiting for 4 to 5, but everybody's ready up, no? Or is that?
Nah, fish sticks needs already up. Your fish sticks ready up, man? Nah, man, I'm not doing tilted zone wars, man. I want to have fun and just chill for a little bit until Central starts.
He's all cold? Why does that even have all cold, bro?
Oh my gosh.
DJ's back. Relax, bro.
Everybody
How
ready
did you
up.
expect us to play this? Bro, see how he's the W? He left for like 2 to 3 minutes, and then he came back and ready up. Like, that's fair. He probably
Fish sticks ready up, man.
Yeah, Ninja, you can join, bro.
Fish sticks. About to kick fish sticks and then you can join back once we get in the lobby. Alright, ready up real quick. Let's get in this game.
Invite him back. Invite Fish Sticks once we're loaded in, bro. Okay? You probably just didn't know.
I was literally talking in game. I said ready up.
Bro, you have so much swag, Zach. What? You got your Puma jersey on today, okay?
It's not a Puma. It's a
Bro,
McLaren F1 team
That's
jersey.
Puma logo there.
It's McLaren logo right here, man.
So what about at the left one, the one I could actually see?
That's because it's made
Yeah,
by
Puma.
Puma. It's one of the sponsors.
That's tough. That's tough. Puma makes tough jerseys, huh?
Alrighty, chat. If you're not in the lobby,
Zach, somebody added you. Can you accept their ad?
yeah, I was waiting until we loaded into the lobby.
Let me check they just added you. Should be Ninja J. He wants to join. Oh, vote TNT tag, please. Yay!
I plus 5'd it on accident.
What could have bought hella XP? You are dumb. Default map? I don't know. Oh, randomized. Hey, I got the winner. Word from the TNT tagger. Yep, the game the TNT taggers.
I mean, that TNT tagger's AFK.
That means I'm gonna
Oh, we have
win
a
this
few.
round.
There's a few AFK taggers. Sorry, man. I'm not doing that.
What's up, Dice? Yeah, target me. Why not? Weirdo.
No, I couldn't shoot in time.
Barodagi. Barodagi.
I can't even click. The big 1v1, man.
Woo! How to jump up from my toes when a game's to sit on. Let's go! Joey's got our first victory! I just ate mac and cheese and wings. It was gas. That sounds gas. Does that sound gas, bro? Mac and wings?
Yeah.
Mac and wings and tater tots on the side? Can we follow the tryhard map, bro? The Zone Wars? That looks fun. I wonder what Zone Wars is on this map. Right, yeah, no. Oh, it's a team game too, Zach. Why didn't, bro, we could have been a duo, Zach, for Zone Wars. Instead, you want to look for this. This thing is also tryharding. So what's going on? I'm so confused.
Round starting soon.
Brodagi. I'm getting keyed. I'm getting keyed by Peter, bro.
Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh, it's lives. I think we have to get to those things.
Where's my OP gun? It didn't even spawn. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What is this? Tell me this is OP. Brother! Nah, ninjas are sweat, bro. I don't want a demon like Ninja in this lobby, bro. He's a demon. Bro, I've never seen this gun at Fortnite. How is it in this game mode?
It's a creative map, dude.
Alright, this gun's not bad.
What in the heck is this SMG?
Stop running, follow me. Got it on me.
No, I had an SMG. Oh, I
Where's
still
the gun?
have it.
I don't see it.
I still have it.
Bruh, I killed you for it though. I could double pump with these guns. No build out player. You heard me?
Bro, this gun shoots so fast, it's not even funny. I literally just straight up choked. What kind of custom guns are you guys getting?
I got the shotgun, bro. Shit's broken.
I got an SMG that has a fire rate of 1,000,000
I'm not
shots a
gonna lie, bro.
second.
I got about 8 swordfishes right now.
Oh, I forgot we had those.
All righty.
No, how do I do you for 30?
Nah, my gun's OP, Zach. Zach, my gun's OP. Stop playing with me, bro. Don't
How
get
do I
my
only
back.
hit you for 38 with a legendary shotgun, bro? That's actually
Oh,
insane.
anytime you get close to me, I can one pump no matter what. I can hit you for the post. 200. No, this might be. They should actually. No, how did I? What?
You
Wait, did I
won.
win?
Yeah,
Oh
you won.
shit! I'm about to say, how did I lose, bro? I'm
destroyed
here.
the lobby.
Shit. Bro, I had a little alien for the young one. Come on. Ragdoll? I don't know what that even is. Watch that sounds boring, bro. Snipers. Okay, second snipers.
Oh, this is like a Fall Guys thing.
Bro, I just died already.
Yeah, this is how we have to race.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm going. Come on. Get me up in that bit.
Oh, I respawned on accident.
Yes! Come on! I'm winning this shit! Oh my god, this is actually tech. Oh, I'm him, I'm him. Oh my god, where am I supposed to be? Oh hell no, oh hell no. Bro, Diggy, I'm stuck! Yes.
Wait, I'm actually doing good. Well, I
Okay,
was
that
doing
bounce
good.
actually saved me.
No, I was doing so
Look.
good.
Yes! Did I get first?
Yes, second. Let's go.
Bro, you just lost to me. I don't even care.
Bro, wait, that was actually kind of fun.
I'm him, bro. No,
Bro,
you
that's
got the
actually kinda
picture for
fun.
the right side.
Yeah, we
How
got the-
did you come
I think
on,
anyone-
bro? It should be only first.
Anyone
and
who
second and
finishes,
third.
man.
I need more punches to XP button, bro. Shock rock, vote shock rock. Shoot your guy.
Robin buying XP. Bro, you gotta do Pleasant Park. Come on. What? Why is everyone voting a box?
Now what a big box, Loki. We already played Pleasant. It's AK box fights or Pleasant Park now. What is box fights?
I'm actually straight garbage. I'm not even trolling either.
Brother, you know you tell me you're not even trolling either. Like I believe you.
Oh man, just had to make sure. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Huge, bro. The walls. Just more sounds just boring to me. Ooh, I know this. I played this in I used to play this in Minecraft back in the day.
Yeah, this was fire.
It was like the Wool Wars, and then it would be different colors. Like that, it's like kill everybody. Well, I'm gonna get to go play. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I just got shit on. Brodagi.
That was me and Poison, man.
I forgot it was two of my players. Nah, bro, we're
Nice.
just doing this for fun. You think Zach
We're just
wants us
waiting.
to join the lobby and start killing everybody, bro?
We're just waiting for Central to start.
Yeah, low-key, we're about to watch Central Chat in 6 minutes. Teleport Tango, Zach, please. FOV slider. I want to put an FOV slider back in my dick. Talk with him, bro. Like, I don't play these. Wait. Bro, see, this is just box fights. This is boring, Zach. You guys are just all like, you guys see Shoggoth go, ooh.
It's literally box fights PvP. Like, what?
War! Yeah, it's
No,
got
I
third party
haven't,
brothers. Bro, this thing is crouching behind his ass.
Yeah, that's Poison, man.
I was just trying to target you, bro. What trying to are like just shocking to me drunk, bro.
Oh, I forgot that's a thing.
Get around Zachy on. I know he does, don't care.
GG's. Bro, who ended the game?
Alright, I'm off. L viewers in the chat ended.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think I'll just start watching the broadcast then, because I don't know why people keep ending it. Like,
Wait, one more. Nah, we want to do tilted. Let's do tilted real quick. We'll get up. Let's do a couple rounds. Duo tilted stack. Let's be a duo.
okay.
Hell no, dice. Fuck, no, we're watching the best fucking key in the world, bro.
You putting the map on or what?
I already did. Got changed.
It's glitched, man. And another person joined.
Ready?
And another person joined. I'm gonna put this on invite only until we get into the game. Ready up, ready up.
Oh, Zach, we got the sweats joining, bro. It's over for us, man.
Whatever.
Whatever. Griefers want to grief? Let's get in the sweats and let them dominate the lobbies, am I right?
Yo, chat, ready up.
Zach, people are asking if you could put a custom key in so they can join.
I mean, we could. Should I?
But like just with everybody in the lobby. Nah. Zach, did somebody add you? Somebody should add you.
Yeah.
They said I'm gonna try to join you back after. Can you accept it once you guys load in? Zach said yeah.
Who's not readied up? I can't even tell. I don't know who's not readied up. Whatever, they're sitting out now. Just ready up.
Why are you doing the lobby if you're still sit up?
Yeah, I don't know.
Bro, you really create some like interesting lobbies. I'm not gonna lie.
How?
You really create some interesting lobbies and some interesting people. Zach.
How is it me? This isn't me, man. This is like I had like 3 people in the usual. Oh,
Zach,
why can't we join again?
I mean, because he unsat out again.
Bro, Diggy. Ready up.
What do you think about
Our
Drake?
creative's
You
so
know,
hard
you know
to
Drake
join.
or not?
Totally. Are you EU? I want to join. Nah, I'm North America. I'm NA West is what I put on. Alrighty. Get a few games into this and then watch the broadcast for Central.
Zach, did you join my team?
Again, I just can't
Zach, should we
find
join Team
anyone
6 or
that's
Team 7?
EU. I mean, to be fair, it is kind of late. Let's go.
There we go.
Let's go 8.
Team 6. Teammate.
Woo!
Teammate.
Oh no, I got debated.
Bro, you jumped in a guy's team already.
Oh, let me turn the lobby back on. Join them all. Am I able to change or nah?
Oh, I got no duo, bro. I'm just solo. Why you 3-star shit, Zach?
Whoa, I thought you were right there.
Bro, I was waiting for you when this kid jumped in. Yes, brother.
Are we allowed to change or not?
I'm on Fortnite.
Bro,
I'm on Fortnite.
oh my god, bro. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Why do people just keep
Yeah,
ending the
those kids
game?
are rage baiting you, Zach. Yo, bro, those kids are actually rage baiting you.
Time to just watch the broadcast, man.
The same kid just keeps closing our lobbies up.
Does that happen to you all the time when you play, or you put a custom key in so it doesn't matter?
Custom key, brother?
Oh. Guess we'll just have to do custom keys from now on. Whenever we play those. Alrighty, let me do this.
Crazy endgame. Oh shit, Zach. Okay. That's one.
300 mark here on these FNCS
Oh,
finals.
they're
And we are up to
sweating.
414 here in heat number 3. That to boot, 25 total FNCS wins here across some of our competitors, and kind of that similar theme that we have talked about over the course
Oh,
of.
what
Who's gonna
is
win
it?
today? You think
Duos
Clicks
beat
wins the game
39.
today to qualify, or you
It was
think
like
he
41 and
does
40
placement?
respectively. So
I think he's gonna
still
play
a
it
bunch
out.
of new
I don't think he's gonna
duos
try to
kind
go
of
for a win.
joining the scene here.
Like,
for
I
this
think Clicks is gonna
competition,
try
which
to
we will
play
jump
all 5 games
into
out.
more in just a little bit.
I mean,
I
I
think
think what's
it
even
makes
crazier,
sense
though,
because
is
they're
to
kind of a
see
new
how
duo,
much
right? So they probably
experience, how
want to
many
have some
athletes we
games.
have in this heat, but to also see how many players there are with
You think
out
Peter
Chat,
Bot
it's
wins the game?
happening.
performance.
The
It just goes
best
to show how
fucking
top-heavy NAC has
teams
really
are playing,
become.
chat.
But of
Okay.
course, we got to talk about the top
What do you
teams.
see on
Then
Fortnite
we've
category?
got Higgs
Yeah.
and Curve that we have to talk
Guys, I
about,
would
Zeke,
never
because
see this
as
one.
far as duos forming after major number 1, I was a little shocked to see Higgs and Curve. Obviously,
I'm gonna refill my
Curve
water.
coming off the win from major 1 with Veno, not exactly having the summit performance that they wanted, but to see him forming up with Higgs, the duo made up Clicks for so long. Vivid, I think a lot of people were a little shocked, but also not necessarily disappointed.
I mean, it's just super rare to kind of see our reigning FNCS champions just instantly split up. But hey, listen, if this is what these guys want to go ahead and do, this is what they felt like was right, then they had to go ahead and play it. Because remember, we talk about it time and time again, what a lot of these players look
nice
forward
shit,
to
bro.
across
You're getting-
the entirety of the year.
Yo,
Feels like
Ingo, you might
every
be really
single
ass, but
major,
you're actually
every
getting
single
better every
event
day, bro.
leading up
Believe it or not.
to that last event on the year, that global championship that we have
Yeah, I'm
had over
sure.
the past couple of
You're
years.
not too bad.
It just feels like everything
But hey, good stuff,
is
bro. Almost
all
qualified.
about that.
How
So if
much-
we
how
have
far were
Curve
you
and
from
Venom,
quali?
our reigning FNCS champions on NAC.
I think
With
this
Did
is
you do better
where
than Robin?
37th, they don't qualify.
That's
to
your
go
man's,
then
not?
surely they felt
That's
like
your
something just
man's,
wasn't right there.
though.
So they felt like they needed to make some changes because again, they're
I
just
think this is where I
probably
end my
This is
about
TikTok.
NAC
championship
FNCS Major 2
qualification.
Heat
That
3,
being said,
bro. I
though,
can't
we're
believe
gonna
we're
be seeing
finally here the
Curve
other
and
day.
Higgs kind of try to do the same exact.
Are you on TikTok right now or no?
Not only this weekend in terms of qualifying to the grand finals, but then of course.
I think I'm
next
gonna end
weekend they're gonna
TikTok
try to,
because
of
you
course,
can't see
play
anything
well there.
anyway because it's
And
a
I like how
vertical.
this has kind of panned out for both Higgs and Curve. I feel like they're gonna be a really good duo.
I like that. I like the sound of that Higgs and Curve. Okay, I like
Yo,
that. But
chat.
obviously, then
One second.
if Clicks isn't
Yo,
part
chat,
of this
if you're on the
anymore,
TikTok,
who's he duo up with?
Go
It's actually
to one of my
Rapid.
other social
So
medias. You
now
see
we have a different
right up
style
here.
of duo here. Clicks
are-
and Rapid. Talk
go
to
to
me
any
about
of
this
these.
matchup.
I'll be
You
on
know,
these,
an interesting
but I'm gonna end
matchup
TikTok 'cause you guys
indeed.
can't see
I think
anything
that
anyway.
As far as the
So
start
there's no
of
point
their
in me being live on
journey
TikTok
has
because you guys
gone,
can't
it
see.
didn't
It's hard to
necessar- oh my
see.
goodness. It didn't
the
necessarily
games.
go
So
the way
go to
that
one
they
of these
wanted.
platforms.
However, they have definitely in the last 2
And I'll
weeks,
be on there.
right just before opens happened, been picking up steam, landing over in
First.
Shaken Sanctuary right now. If I'm not mistaken, uncontested for the Heats today. They're looking like they have a pretty good, you know, showing to get into obviously the grand finals. There's no doubt in that. But also
yo,
just
chat, if
seeing
you're in
how
the
they've been
YouTube short
performing in
stream,
the last couple of weeks, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a great showing in grand finals as well.
Listen, they may work very, very well on.
Go to
the
this
server.
link.
It
It's
may-
the
it may work out
normal
very, very
version of the
smoothly
YouTube.
for them when they are playing the game. But for me, I'm
So
going to
that way
slip
you
up
guys
at
can
least
see.
once over over the course of the next week.
Actually, I'm
You
gonna
want
do
to
this.
say Cold and Rapid? I mean, come on, Rapid. You can't team up with somebody's name who starts with a C once more after you and Cold kind of break up there. But yeah, for Clicks and Rapid, man, I mean, this is great. Obviously, Clicks still trying to chasing that FNCS win. He does, of course, have to qualify to the grand finals today to go ahead and actually have an opportunity to go ahead and make that happen. But I feel like Rapid could be the secret weapon here. I mean, this guy online specifically over the past year, Chapter 6 and now Chapter 7, has not placed outside of top 6.
Pin
every
message
single
chat
online FNCS
if you guys want to see
course.
the long form.
Rapid and Clicks, man, keep an eye on these guys.
Yeah, Viv, I'm gonna mix up the names. Mix up names all the time.
Yeah.
More on that later. Let's keep going though. Booga and Braze, yet another duel we'll be seeing here compete in the
Alrighty.
Heat
I'm
2.
excited for this,
Booga
man. This is gonna be
looking
fun.
Great. Now paired up with Braids, but you know, Kelly, maybe the performances haven't been quite what we expect from a name quite like Booga.
You know, it's so interesting when we talk about Booga because I feel like every time people start to be like, "Oh, he's gone," is when he actually comes out on top and qualifies for land, which is obviously what we saw from Booga and Braids coming out of the Reload Elite series. They're going to be landing over in Golden Grove, and I think that they're going to have an easy time right now as far as the heats go. We do know that, like, again, they've only recently kind of formed the end of last season, so to see them not necessarily having the consistency that we would want to see them out of the Div Cups, that's not necessarily too shocking. I think when it comes to Booga, though, he's really smart. He knows the differences that it takes for a Div Cup finals to something like Heats right now, so I'm not too concerned for them.
Yeah, this is going to be that similar theme that Kelly was talking about yesterday, where you take this experienced player, you kind of team them up with kind of this fragger, right? Somebody that kind of carry the torch in terms of those eliminations. Of course, Booga, one of the most experienced players that we saw in the team today. 26 FNCS finals appearances of his own. Braids has made it to his fair share, don't get me wrong, but he just has the lead, right? So the disparity is there between the experience, but I feel like this could really work out. But the reason why everybody kind of calls into question, hey, listen, how good is Booga right now? We haven't actually seen him play in a final since Chapter 6 Major 3. But over the course of that entire chapter, by the way, he got 7th, 6th, and 7th. So he was doing very, very well in trios just last year. He just has yet to kind of find his footing when it comes down to the duos.
All right, we got like 6 minutes until game
Reload
1,
Elite
chat. A
series,
little over
going
6
well for
minutes.
these guys. Let's see if they can keep it going here.
That's right, man. We always got to put respect on Mr. OG's name, right? And that is Booga. Like to see that. One final duel here to quickly talk about. It's actually Golden and Ozone coming in here to heat number 3. So talk to us about this duo. What can we expect from them today?
Like, there's about to be some good teams.
They are going to be contested over
don't fall, Zach. I hope you know that. Like, be prepared.
And Effie, if I'm not mistaken about their names. I'm not too concerned about that being the situation, though. Obviously, this is one of the teams.
Do you think, I don't know if you heard the new pro on the blog. There's this guy named Ingrown Desert. Do you think he's going to call or not?
He's not even in this, man.
Already set in your mind, it definitely kind of affects the
Why do you roast him like that, though, Zach? Why do you laugh about it?
Maybe they're willing to take a little bit more risks. And honestly, I'm really excited to see what
now
their
you're
coach
laughing at
TS
him.
is coming out with.
You know who isn't this? Charlie Bear 40.
In the final 2
Yeah,
Div
he ain't
Cups,
in this either. Let's be
4th
real.
and 2nd place have really been showing up.
What?
I mean, such an incredible run for Golden and Ozone right now. By the way, Summit was their first land. They went ahead and picked up 13th the first time they were already on that big stage show. An incredible
Guys, the Kusi Demon drops. First he's dissing on Ingrown, now he's dissing on Charlie. Let's be real. What do you mean, let's be real?
Bro, these guys play West.
Break into that top 10. Of course, though, Kelly already kind of mentioned
for whatever reason they fucking lost
kind of continue with this little bit of a snowball that they are on right now after qualifying to the Global Championships. We would love to see them actually make it into the finals, which, by the way, Golden himself has only done it 7 times.
Who do you think's not going to qual
and Ozone has only done
and have to play last chance?
Not necessarily a common theme for these two guys, but the fact that they're kind of contested off spawn brings into the question whether or not they can kind of overcome that early fight to make sure they either kind of get a win today or qualify through consistency.
Another lane team did not make finals though, but they're at Atlanta, which is nice. But they have to call through election qualifier, which they probably will.
I feel like we there's still plenty of duos we need to talk about, but I think we need to talk about the elephant in the room. That is Veno deciding to move away from Sinister. Vivid, can you talk us through why that might be?
Well, I went ahead and wrote down a couple of reasons, and probably the one that everybody is going to be thinking about is that 18-6 scoreline. And it's not even necessarily the fact that it was 18-6 in favor of Peterbot and Pollo across some scrims and across some cups throughout the week, but it's also the fact that for some reason the community just kept noting this and kept reminding Veno and Agers like, hey, listen, by the way, guys, this is the score, you know what I mean? So Veno and Agers might have been kind of constantly thinking about the fact that they were getting a little bit beat up off spawn by Peterbot
So
and Pollo.
Peterbot getting
But
hit
also,
by
on the flip
themselves
side of
now.
that, Peterbot and Pollo, they're a global championship qualified team. They kind of have nothing to lose outside of course, that, you know, they want that prize pool money, but all of these players, I already mentioned it, all they think about all year long is global championships. And if Peterbot and Pollo can kind of prevent one of these top teams from actually qualifying simply in heats here today, then they would 100% take every opportunity to go ahead and do that. So maybe that was something that Veno and Agers were thinking about. Also, Kelly, the fact that Shadow and Virgo didn't qualify yesterday to grand finals, and this is a team that lands Heatwave Harbor normally, the fact that they're not going to be in finals, maybe Agers and Veno were like, well, maybe we can just get Uncon Heatwave in finals.
Oh, well, Uncon Heatwave implies that they're going to be able to take out Bucky and Cam. And now listen, I understand. As far as accolades and general understanding of Fortnite goes, Veno and Agers is definitely up there above Bucky and Cam. However,
No,
I
Agers been
will
losing
say
every
one of
off-spawn
Bucky's
fight recently. I don't
strongest
care.
attributes
Just let him
as a
get at.
player is his off-spawn ability.
Lock
They
in.
have the experience, they have the understanding of the POI. So for Veno and Agers to come here kind of expecting to get this potentially uncontested at grand finals, I think they might have to fight for it a little bit.
Yep, without a doubt, we'll see how that breaks down. But also, Veno's explanation himself, right? He got
That's
an
about to be
opportunity to explain it for
fight.
himself. I saw he kind of typed in some
Yeah.
chat across the board.
Yeah, I'm not
And
gonna-
apparently, it was actually his
Bro,
idea
it's gonna be
to never
crazy
actually
for
contest
watching.
Peterbot and Pollo in the end of it all. He was kind of just
So game one actually
utilizing
starts in
them
2 minutes and
as
30
sort of
seconds or not?
practice to get better at
Yeah,
the new
it
drop
should.
mechanic
A little
that
after that, I think.
he
That's
just was
pretty
like,
much.
listen, we're just gonna keep
I think game one's
it's like-
already
down to
started.
the
They
number
just have
we
the
have to
delay,
do.
you
So
know?
now he's obviously left, and Kelly kind of mentioned it. Veno and
It's like
Agers
they
are gonna
rim
be
the
going
bus and it's like,
head-to-head with
and then
Bucky and
it's-
Cam over
I'm pretty sure
at
the game's
Heatwave.
already
We'll
started.
have to see how this one pans out.
We're
But
just on
Obviously,
broadcast.
where
bro.
does this
Broadcast
leave
delay.
Peterbot and Pollo, the duo, who
Broadcast
have
delay, it's
once
stream
again
site delay, bro.
proved
If
that
they
are
knew
not
every
only
single
the best
single
duos in
person in the
when
world
it
will not
comes down
stream
to just
site,
placing in
and
events,
everybody's a
but
good
they're also
person,
one
then
of the
they
best
could
duos
they would
in
never
the
be
world
broadcast.
when it comes to these off
Like,
spawn
it's-
fights. I
it's-
mean,
Is
we've
Click
seen it
live?
multiple
Like-
times, not only throughout this
I
year, but
would check.
prior in the past. These two players constantly
Yeah,
have
your man's
put
no
up spawn
clicks.
that kind of proved, hey, listen, we are as good as everybody kind of thinks we are. And I feel like Veno and Agers, they kind of gave them the opportunity
Jinx,
to
you
prove
watching
once again, hey, listen, guys, we can
today?
fend for ourselves off spawn. We're going
He's
to push
watching
you
the
out of
best
our
team, of course.
POIs.
He didn't
Please
watch
do not
probably
come.
Lacey afterwards.
I mean,
It's about to be an
there's
action-packed
gotta
day,
be a
bro.
reason why all the POIs that these
Mike
guys
Bot-
land, it's like Demon's
Hey, who's
Domain,
better, Mike Bot
Sinister,
or
like it's the,
Jason
you
Bot?
know, have they
The
become
villainous.
the villains of NAC? I don't know if
I
that's
can't wait. This is
necessarily
gonna be
true,
crazy.
but they've definitely become the Goliath that every David is looking towards to beat right now. And Pollo and Peterbot, even
I wonder
when
if
we saw
Peterbot's
them
gonna- I
at
wonder
the
if
end
he's
of
gonna
Major
fall
1,
first
where they
game or if
got,
he's
what,
gonna
7th
actually
place,
not
and
go really.
obviously that's a
I
pretty
feel like he's gonna
poor
try to
performance
grief
for
some
Pete and Pollo.
people.
And then they go to the Summit LAN, and we get to see the double solo performance from Pollo. Like, there's never a moment where we're allowed to think, oh, maybe this is it. Maybe everyone else is starting to catch up to them. And then they remind us, no, you guys are playing in our lobby. This isn't NAC. This is Pete and Pollo's lobby.
Wow.
Man, yeah.
Wow.
Holy
Listen,
glaze.
we
Holy
start off, okay,
glaze.
this Heat 3
Holy
is
glaze.
absolutely
I mean-
stacked. It's going to be
I mean, it's
an
really true, bro.
banger. We have 40 seconds to go, so why don't we do this?
Nah, but
Why
I
don't we
mean,
go
they
ahead,
they were
meet up
definitely
with your
choking, bro.
casters. It's Jacob here.
I knew they were gonna
Monster
make-
Face,
I'm not
set up the
kidding, bro.
stage for Heat
I'm a
3.
LeBron James moment, bro. The time they went to
Thank you
overtime,
so
bro.
much.
By the
That's
time they
the
came
big
back,
three
I knew
on
Peter
the
Bob was gonna
desk,
make a
breaking
slow
down all
comeback.
the action is some of the teams
I did it
we
just
expect
felt
to
in my
see in
bones.
Monster. This is why the community is looking
You know
at
they
this
got
as
second
one of
from
the
like 3
hardest
games at
heats in
land, right?
Fortnite
Well,
history.
I'm talking about the games they
Yeah,
didn't
most
down.
definitely. I mean, the content
Right, and if they would have played one more endgame
that is
at-
ahead of us is going to
and they
sell
didn't choke
itself.
it,
I don't know who at Epic
and they
pulled
got, like,
out the
a
drive
top
and
two,
put
top
the
three, they
script
would've
together or
fucking-
something, but this thing is crazy because when you look at the roster here, I mean, Jacob, I saw the comments online. They were saying this looks like a grand finals lobby already.
No, it definitely does. You have superstars.
Yeah, how did the
superstars.
lobby
Go
get
ahead
like
and look
this?
at some of
Is
the
it just
point
the
values
pure
for these
luck?
heat stages. Most of Major 1, the average is about 155 points to qualify. So far in our 2 heats, it's been 158. It's only a 3-point jump, but that's an elimination. That's a placement point, and we've seen 1 point change the difference of the course of history already.
Yeah, most definitely. You add in that little, pepper in the randomness that, of course, there are going to be teams that come from nowhere, probably at the bottom of the standings, and then push through a qualification. We've already seen that this weekend. I mean, shoot, yesterday we almost seen a Sky Basing team in Jordan and Brennan take home a random win in the game number 5, keeping it interesting for us. So, yeah, anything is possible here. But one thing's for certain, Jacob, there's going to be some upsets.
No, there definitely is. 5 games today, 5 Victory Royale winners or punch their ticket
How you feeling,
directly
Zach?
to the grand
I can't
finals.
wait,
After
man.
that, we look at top 10 inconsistency on the leaderboard. So we get to see which team
Oh,
will continue their journey
shit.
in FNCS, dodge the last chance.
Check
to
game
one.
1.
So let's get into it.
I feel like this is the moment the entire community has been waiting for. Game 1 of Heat number 3. It's been building up to today all weekend long. How are these storylines going to unfold? I mean, our analysts did it perfectly. They gave us the bigger picture.
Not gonna
Who's
lie, bro. I
contested,
think
what's
the
on the
restream.io
line,
app
but more
is cut for me.
importantly, this is just the
Let me close
beginning
that
of
tab.
what's teeing up. One
It's
step
every day
closer
nothing.
to our grand finals.
Yeah, I even have my eyes glued as
Nothing.
we drop mine
That's
right now.
rough.
Chat, who do you guys have winning this heat, bro? Who do you guys have winning?
Right.
Sinister strip,
Well, I guess not. You can't. It's not really a winner because it's top 5.
on there. Reed uncontested.
Who
at
I think's
Monkey
gonna get
Land,
a
but
win, though?
This is the fight we thought would happen. Bucky and Cam landing over towards Heatwave Harbor. You see it in the minimap. Venno and
Maybe like a
Ace
quick
looking to
takes
the
game
other
4,
side.
game
He's
5
open
win.
to a little bit of shots like this.
Well, not quick
Luckily
takes,
for
I'm
them,
not-
it was only a
too
rapid
rapid.
fire SMG, so nothing.
Oh my god, the off-run has
Listen,
begun.
I'm gonna be honest. I was thinking that probably they were trying to pull a fast one on us, and they would be,
got shotgun flip.
pretty timid, right? And contesting.
This is
one
gonna be,
another, maybe split the drop. We've
Thing,
seen it
same
time
thing
and
with
time
Lacey
again,
and
but
Fax
it
City later,
seems
right
like
there.
Bucky is here to fight, so
So
we'll just
Lacey
keep
and
an
Fax are
eye
gonna
on
full
that one.
split
Jumping
that
over
bitch,
to some
bro.
other contested drops. I mean, when you look,
Bro, I
from the
can't believe they're
community
actually
side,
landing at the same
who
POI.
is fighting who? There are 10, 11, 12 plus different
I
potential
guarantee you
battles
they don't
happening
fight each
right
other.
now.
You think they're gonna fight each other?
I would
Probably
feel
not the
at a
first few
slower pace
games,
here,
but
just
after,
kind of
yeah.
The trend of day 1, Heat 1, game 1, kind of throughout the weekend. But right now,
They
we
weren't
see
really
very
fighting each
contested
other in,
fights.
in the
Sometimes not able
scrims
to
that they were
really slow
playing
down the
against each
pace,
other,
and
though.
Zypta just kind of taking the scraps. They don't want to necessarily
I don't think
take
they'll
a
fight
big
each other at
risk
all.
this early on in the tournament, so they are going to go their separate ways and kind of force a split, which isn't necessarily easy because the amount of teams in and around the Battlewoods.
Yeah, talk about those split plays now already. We're seeing how Peterbot starts to venture outbound. Of course, trying to play for those mythic weapons. This is going to be a very big day for Peterbot. We'll have to see if he decides that he wants an early clock out,
to get the
or
AR?
if he wants to go the distance. We've seen a little bit of everything from different pro players.
Low mythic
And
AR.
playing Peterbot and Boy have
Yeah.
averaged roughly 14 eliminations per game, including
elims a game,
four
including 4
games with
30
30
elims.
plus of those elims. I mean,
Damn, they're
there's
just
so
like
much
me.
going on here with Peterbot.
Whoa,
Boy, you
what?
never
They're
know
just
what you're
like
going to get, but one thing's for certain, they're always explosive. Look at this fight here, Jacob.
Oh, holy lord.
See him
Ooh,
just
bro
trying to
got
go ahead
jumped
and box
on.
him up, gets the down. Just 2 angles sometimes hard to overcome, especially in these off-spawn fights where you don't have a lot of materials. You see Amplified trying to hide. I did see in the
Holy
feed
shit,
his
there's so
teammate
many
did
teams
go
there.
down to Kugo and Castle, but a third
There's
party
all
comes
these
in. That's going to
clusters.
give him a little bit of a
I thought
blessing.
that was
Trying to assess
stuff
the
that's throughout it was
situation over
fun.
at the coast, but a whole nother team comes in as well.
Just three teams of
straight
cluster
fighting
just
it out
fighting
here to
it,
try
bro.
to
This
figure
is
out how they can get some
chaos.
early points, a little bit of advantage. There
Yeah,
goes
it's kinda
Castle going
crazy.
down. Fan is going to go ahead and get that first knock, give his team a little bit of advantage. Him and Angel seem to storm this fight, and it seems to be working out.
Yeah, doing a good job kind of cleaning things up right here. You saw Tsunami's Amplify kind of lurking on the outskirts. I was uncertain of whether or not he had his duo and he was ready to jump in himself, but seems like he doesn't want to get
They're already
into
getting
this
tagged
fight.
third
It's a little
party.
too messy. If you attract any extra attention, he
I
might
thought
get
he was
jumped
able
on
to get
by
out,
these
but it's
fresh
not going
duos
to be a
here.
good game for him.
Angel, Van get a nice little
That was clutch
elimination
too,
there.
man.
Some points on the board, and
Where's he
everyone
at?
else splits up.
Clicks on call. Clicks is next to his POI.
Just kinda
I think he might go to
blessed
next.
survive this fight.
He's
There
like
might
the
be
POI
solos
over.
as
He's
of
at
now,
Shaken
but they're just trying to
Sanctuary,
venture
bro.
on out so that way they can hope to get their
Shaken
lead
Sanctuary is like
card
straight
and
from
their
here.
teammate back in the game later on. Clicks are rapid, getting busy.
Oh,
early
they're
on
keying,
as
okay.
well. They already got that one elimination.
Yes, sir.
And even though
Clicks
they might
get
be uncontested
busy.
here, Monster, they're looking
Fuck
for some
yeah.
early game fights.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't want a situation like we saw
King
yesterday
of
where
Lane
some
Craze, that's
teams,
another lane team, by the way.
a little hesitant, right, to
Bro,
make
this
a
thing
move
just
in
said
game
lane team,
number
lane
one,
team,
putting
lane team,
yourself
lane team.
into the
Push
action.
the stream,
Takes
I
you
think
back
it's a
kinda to Heat
little
Blood,
less
where,
delay.
Cold and Ritual nearly found themselves right on the wrong side
Probably.
of the storm surge for game one, and that's kind of set them off. They weren't able to come back, but look at this.
Ooh,
We were
Cam
curious
is
about
dead
how
already,
the
bro.
fight was going to go down. Bucky and Cam had a lot of choice words to say about how they felt they've been prepared in this drop this entire time. And it'd be crazy for anyone to think that they can just jump on over to the harbor and take the drop from them. But so far, Veno has the lead here.
Yep, and you can already see what's in Ager's inventory here. He does have the scanner, so they don't necessarily have to lurk around super hard, take many big risks. They just need to figure out what building they think Bucky is in, and then throw that scanner nearby. So hiding is going to be very, very limited for him. You see the team on the outskirts.
They have a scanner? What is-
just trying to go ahead
is
and
that?
get
I've
their
never even
split
seen
drop
that.
and loot.
You
Kinda
throw it
get
down
back
and it
out, face
reveals
the scanner
people in
now.
chest.
Oh,
Bucky's position is
wow.
going to be
I
revealed.
haven't seen it
And this is
come.
the thing about contested fights. Sometimes you're okay with letting that solo
GG's.
live, but in this situation, there's no shot. If they have an opportunity to take down Bucky, they're going to let that one go to waste.
Yeah, they have to.
I
They
thought
have
Bucky
to
could 1v2
allow,
with him.
you know, themselves
Bucky
to take
prime,
a
though.
huge lead over Bucky and really
Like,
give him
it's two
no
of the
chance
greatest
to get the
fighters in
finals.
NA right
Otherwise,
now.
it's going to be a problem that's going to come back around.
Racing a lot of
to test
mats
them later in
for
a finals lobby. So for Veno, for Agers,
Veno and
the
them.
option is very clear. It's them versus Bucky and Cam all day today. They're going to do everything in their power to hold them back.
They're backing out.
Pause right now to see that there's no
Wow,
HP.
there's
Neither one of the guys in
Bucky
inventory here.
Aura, okay.
And revert back on over towards that menu
Man, they
machine.
let
definitely have
Bucky
enough
go.
to get the med kits, to get the chug jug. Definitely gonna have
I mean, to be
five
fair, they
sufficient
kind of
active
did waste a
disposal.
lot of
Rather take
mats
this
sitting
time to
there.
still allow for Bucky to try to figure out an escape plan here, as King and Praise
guess they're
also
gonna be able to go
uncontested at
pump?
Calamari Canyon.
I thought the
They're
Fragments
outward.
was all
They're an
that.
aggressive team monster, and they're already starting off game one in that same fashion.
King and Link
It's a
crazy,
very
bro.
fun duo right here. You saw them at the summit just popping
You're
off,
locked
putting
in
on
now, Charlie?
performances. I mean, in the practice room,
Charlie, where are
King
you?
was
Is this
someone
you?
who was
You think you're
slowly and surely earning everyone's
This has to be
respect
Charlie, bro. He's
just based
lurking.
off of how good he is
And then he just
in
typed
these
the
types
chat,
of
I'm
box
locked in
fights,
now.
head-to-head environments. He tends to win his ones very much regularly against the other NA
Charlie
Central
Adler.
pros. And already flexing just that. Meanwhile, we have Skittles, Koi in here. They're kind of playing the zone right now in the chop shop. They pull the zone up towards this way, so they have a lot of time to work with. But again, this is kind of unfortunate, right? I feel like if you get the zone this early and you're playing Storm, you are not going to have enough damage.
True.
Gotta agree with you 100% there, especially since we've already seen a lot of the teams rotate inwards, so it's not gonna be too many options here. As Kugo finally seeing him still rotate up from the cluster coast. Just trying to figure out how he's still gonna get his duo back into it. A lot of this coastline monster is contested by either split drops, or if you go up towards Golden Grove here, Booga and Braids will kind of claim this as their own. They've claimed it all season long, so it's the kind of thing, whether it's contested or not, they don't stray away from a fight. And that's why it's getting kind of dangerous here while teams are kind of
Your game
lurking
crash,
in.
you
But
didn't
the
get into
biggest
what?
resource
Attorney?
here and why teams are lurking here from their split drops is the amount of metal you're able to farm.
Yeah,
No way
definitely.
England's game
You see the
crash, right?
remnants of other boxes from players kind of
Bro,
refreshing
the
and
game.
warming up their
Yeah.
material counts. There's still a loose solo here, though, lurking inside. This is going to be helpful for Booga, though, because this team's likely to be caught out first. Booga, Braids will be able to kind of jump on the opportunity as they get the extra download of the information of where the teams are. For now, though, everyone's pretty patient here.
Bro, there's like 4 teams
Booga
just
Braids
sitting
kinda
in
buying that duo
this
on the
PLR.
outside. Just kind of waiting this one out, really trying to buy time here.
And just like we saw Kugo already swim north, it almost looks like Steely might be
Canada.
by himself trying to do the same thing, follow that path, avoid potential danger at the Grove.
And who's that?
Kind of see Kanata and Sphinx.
What's
Very,
his
very
name?
similar drop as
Sphinx,
we saw
they just
yesterday
said
with Aoxy and Jojo.
Brother, you
fishing
just
that
waited
top
for them to
mountain,
say
you have the benefit.
it.
Kind of look down at either one of the
Oh my
contested
God.
fights at the disposal.
Let's try to do it,
try to
Colin.
accumulate those numbers. So since it is very, very
I like your
early
brain
on,
works in
you
mysterious
can
ways in the
definitely
sound.
set up, knowing
Did
that
you see
most
J-Shock,
teams on
meet
east
Seiji
side
for the
of
first
map are
time?
gonna have to figure out a way to get in the zone.
Me what?
Kanata had the bulk of the ammo.
J-Shock met
too. Sphinx
Deji
was
for the first
looking a
time.
little
Yeah.
light. We'll have to group up together here
Yo,
shortly.
yesterday everybody
Meanwhile,
pulled up to the
Morph
phase
rotates
house,
over
huh?
to Heatwave Harbor,
I mean,
seeing
Corbin's
Light
house.
up,
Yeah.
Skittling finds
Bro, I
another
really
duo.
still say
So
that F-word, bro.
again, Craze and King just kind of doing their
Yeah.
thing right now.
There's a lot of
Popping
them
off,
there.
finding
Charlie, chill.
points, reflexing
Charlie.
on the competition here. And you saw the graphic, right? It said that there are
You're one of a kind,
9
Charlie. You're one of a
finalists,
kind.
9 champions, sorry. The most of any heat in this particular heat. This is by
I am,
far
my
a
buddy. Thank you,
very competitive lobby to be going against.
Even
Yeah, you're
Max
seeing
was there
players
for a
like,
bit.
You know, Higgs and Curve in their play-ins, Monster, you kind of look at a
Saw
lot
that
of
or
their
not?
stats. They got 16,
Hmm?
not necessarily the
Max
best on the
showed up
leaderboard,
for a bit.
but 215 eliminations, 9
Oh, yeah.
games with 10 plus eliminations
I
or
see,
more. They
like,
had 4
clips of
games
people
with
there, but
20
yeah, I've seen
plus
that.
eliminations, one of the highest in this lobby outside of maybe Peterbot and
What
Poise.
were they
Which
having,
goes
just a
to
party?
show, one, that switch
Yeah,
gets
it
flipped.
was
They can turn it on, they
University.
can get aggressive,
streamer
but they can
University
also have a
alumni
slower pace game over
sleepover.
towards Lifty Logs. They know the zone is working in their
Oh.
favor. They can overstay their welcome. They have a mending machine, which no other teams are going to touch. So right now, it does look like game one.
It's a
is
very
out for them,
unplanned,
just
you know,
like
just
Reed and
where they
Cooper,
just
uncontested
invite a
wonky
bunch
land,
of
they
people
waste no
over and
time
just
making their way to the zone.
Yeah, they have one of the stronger drops, of course, to be completely uncontested. You see it reflective of the loadout, but jumping to Venno, Agers, the hunt now to fight and find action led them to Craze and King. This is a tough battle here. I mean, we've hyped up King and Craze enough. This is about to be the point where they get to show us of whether or not what we said was all smoke and mirrors, or they really do have what it takes.
Never
Agers,
mind,
Venno,
clicks
kind
to
of backing
stream's
off
a
here,
little
looking to
bit more delayed than the
almost get
broadcast.
themselves situated a bit more. King and Craze recognizing, hey, this might be a really good team.
Oh,
Look,
never
they
mind.
kind of back off the machine here, go back
It's the
into the storm
opposite.
as a safety strat.
Be right back. I gotta do something
Make
for my
big
mom.
risks early in this game,
Maybe a
especially
couple
when
minutes.
it's success
Okay.
after
Get back,
off-spawn
chat.
fight. Didn't necessarily
Oh.
get both of those eliminations, but hey, definitely progressing in the right direction. As we go back on over toward the Battlewoods, we know more and more teams coming from the north side of the map, or even the eastern edge, will try to make their way on over. I think it gets the slower, less occupied side of the zone. But we saw how contested the battle was right out of the gate. Soneto and his duo Zypta really haven't moved. They just parked that ship, and they have no intention of bringing that anchor back up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have this entire southern half, right, of the Battlewoods themselves, so they're sitting very much situated right now. Take a look at the map. Still so many teams playing the outer skirts of the zone right now. But here comes the outer edge congestion that's going to start taking place here. This is where things are getting real interesting here shortly. For Soneto,
still
though, this
80
duo has
people up.
really not much to worry about, but now that the surge has revealed itself, they're eyeing up this duo across from them, and they're going to go for the shockwave play likely.
Yeah, this is kind of the mind games that Storm Surge plays. You're 90 above that damage threshold, which kind of is like, cool, I don't have to worry about anything for this zone. But as you progress in the game, if you don't land any more shots, you will find yourself below that damage threshold. So it kind of leaves you with a choice. Do I go for damage early where not too many players are kind of squished close together in a close proximity? Or do I wait till later in the game where panic starts to set in all around the lobby? Definitely decisions need to be made. Golden and Ozone, contested fight. Looks like they have survived that one. Just waiting in a bush, not trying to build to give away their location, just trying to see if anybody strolls by and makes a mistake.
Yeah, this is a nice little bush to be playing, especially here on the outskirts of the zone. And little do they know, they're about to get paid off. There's other duos working their way towards them here. You can see Zeely right beneath him. Now, do you
Storm
remember
Surge
when we
active.
last saw Zeely? He was a solo, so these guys are moving with not much to work with. Oh, gosh, and they open with a huge shot. Very smart by Golden trying to break the structure down. Zeely goes down. There it is. He gets rewarded. So I'm thinking they understand his team's under surge. That's going to be all the telling that they need here.
Yeah, that's just a huge signal. You don't necessarily see it in game. I know us kind of casting it, you see the players get like struck by Storm Surge. You don't necessarily see it while you're in game. The only real clue is the audio of the shields cracking, or just like that, no knock, straight elimination, and it happens yet again. Both of those eliminations get cleaned up, and how,
Hold
just
up,
like
I'm
you
back,
said,
chat.
could be rewarded tenfold. Patience
Got a little
absolutely
snack
pays
too,
off
little-
for Golden.
little
Road
snack?
together,
Little muffin
seeing more
top, little yogurt.
opportunities with other teams from outside of the zone making their way in.
Yeah,
Alright,
that was
I'm
crazy.
off.
That team is keying them. They probably are also below the surge here. We'll see what ends up happening there. Meanwhile,
I
Soneto,
got Storm Surge already.
It took too long to initiate the battle on the team that
Any
was
crazy
on the
teams go
outskirts.
down
They
while I
found
was
themselves by themselves
Nah,
now
not
at the
really.
Battlewood Woods here. And look, they have to fight their way towards the rest of the lobby here
Only
now.
2 people have died since
Find
you've left.
themselves barely 40 above. Seems like
Oh,
something
this
worked out in
this
their
Or
favor.
two
silver's
players.
chunky,
But
chat.
either way, pressure is on them.
Oh,
This little
What?
opportunity
Hey, man.
they have right now to kind of reset, get back
I got
in the
some
game.
chunky yogurt.
They shouldn't take it for granted. They
Ew.
need to be
Guess I
looking
gotta
for
bite down and
activity
eat
here.
that bit though. Anyways.
Yeah, they might not
Bro's
be
gonna get sick.
desperation mode just yet. You can see a bunch
I'm
of
good.
empty item slots. I saw maybe 20 on the Chug Jug in Soneto's inventory.
I guess if it's
so
not
they might be all
sour.
fine and dandy above
It's
the
not
damage
chunky,
threshold,
bro.
but they know with the where it currently stands, their loadout, the amount of resource they
Thank
have, they're
you.
going to need an elimination. And even
That's
now,
just
in the next
gross.
zone, they fall below that damage threshold even worse. You see him setting up for a pre-edit.
Bro, people
They're
are
on the clock here. They have to
storm
go. They have
surge,
to go
bro.
now. Craze and King is the only team in front. They're trying to spray the build, get the pre-edit in, but King and Craze deny that opportunity too.
There's so many people alive right now.
More damage onto Zypta and Soneto without even moving a finger.
Yeah, this is tough spots for them to be in. They find Unreal Liana. Can they get in the box? It's not going to be enough damage if they get the body, but just like that, doesn't really matter.
They just
King
couldn't
and
get in.
Craze time their entry
not matter, yeah.
perfect off of that desperate team collapsing in, and they find themselves with even more points now. 7 eliminations, and we've barely touched the end game now.
Dang, that's a lot of
This
eliminations.
is quite the performance for King and Craze.
That's just one of those moments, man, for King and Craze. They just make it into zone.
Hey, bro,
no
how do you
intention
believe
of
they're a lane
fighting.
team?
They're the ones who actually get aggressed on for a second.
Bro, there's
And then
so
when the dust
many
settles,
people
Monster, they
alive
get
right now.
4 bodies
Peterbot.
worth of loot to go ahead and progress in this game as
Yeah,
Boji
Peterbot
does
only had
go
1 kill.
down. 406
Well, not
above the
good.
damage threshold, so the damage is not necessarily going to be a worry for Peterbot and Poyo, especially with their 2 eliminations here. It's more so about making it up the side of this mountain or through this cave.
This is really interesting. Another elimination now falling to Oyo's side here. It's getting the last little touch of damage here before the surge actually supports them, but Oyo's not going to let this one up. They've intentionally chosen to come down and into this tunnel. They, of course, prefer to put themselves in a more advantageous spot, but Peterbot and Oyo looking pretty good right now. They just have to weather the storm, hopefully find some material count. They want to play this
Oh yeah,
end
they're
game out
pretty bad on
comfortably.
materials.
Regardless, though, the way the kind of zone's playing out here, we'll be seeing them get active here shortly.
Yeah, they know how to find eliminations. They already got 3. Just looking towards the side, seeing Frenzy.
Yeah,
seeing
so
his
you
dude.
know the thing
Oh
about
my
Frenzy,
beams.
Frenzy's gonna be the first one going
Whew.
down. Clicks is able to steal away that second.
Now they have match right there, they're gonna wait
elimination.
for zone to
Nobody's
pull
really
on
closing the
over, and then
gap.
they're
Still
gonna go
too
to
much
that.
for risk so far for Peterbot and Poyo to try
Pretty
to
easy
dive
for
on
me,
over,
Peterbot
steal
and
away
Poyo,
that
bro. We know what to do every
You
time.
can see the attempt is in the
Oh, they're
back
not
of
going
their
for it.
minds. They know they got to go to zone. They know these opportunities will come as this game
Never
progresses.
been neither match though.
They're smart. Look,
They
they're not
don't
even
need
going
them,
to
but they
go for the
don't need
loot.
them.
They seem to recognize, hey, that's a little too risky if we go to the outskirts, right? It'll allow the server to single
Signaling
us
and
out.
Craze
King,
again,
meanwhile,
Zach?
on the other side, jumps
Yo, they're
everybody up to 8
fragging, bro.
eliminations, taking a little bit of that
Yeah.
prestigious high
Ooh.
ground there.
You see who just went
Well, let's
down?
look at who's going to get
Solo
situated first.
Peterbot.
Cooper had the high ground. Boyo lost on the rotate here. It was going to be a tough
Boyo's
one. We knew
down.
it, but they needed that material.
Yeah.
They were pretty desperate for it. Just as they
I
were
mean,
working their
Peterbot
way
probably
across,
stays
they got
top five
caught
here,
out
I'm
here.
not gonna
Meanwhile,
lie.
Clicks and Rapid on the other side of
It's
the
like some
box.
classic Peterbot shit.
Peterbot might actually make a really big play here.
Yeah, even more so. You see, Rapid.
Oh,
trying to put down
Rapid and
pressure on
Clicks
one.
took him
It
down.
Finds Poyo. Wasn't even
Wow.
his initial target, but sometimes, Monster, we know
Yeah.
you just got to take what you can get, and you can see why Peterbot was so concerned with them on the other side of that wall. But as you see where the zone is going, right now we're slightly moving up towards the top of that mountain. If it goes towards the west, if it goes towards the east, we'll keep that one in play. Anywhere else, it'll gradually get easier for the lobby, but you have to be able to survive up until that point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not even sure if we saw the conclusion of Venno Agers hunting down Bucky, who got away, so it seems like that's still an ongoing
Holy,
situation.
there's
but
so many people
Venno's
just
the one
right on
that
top
is
of each
obviously
other.
making their appearance here in this endgame. I see Booga and Braid still standing. Clicks and Rapid seem to be off to a strong start. Meanwhile, High Ground now gets sniped up by Venno. That's a key elimination for them. My gosh. Gets the elim, and now they get to rotate in time without taking
Put 'em
any
on
extra
Central for
damage.
next year, bro.
Let's talk about a perfect
Oh, we
tournament
got
win.
Reet on the other side though. Of height.
I'm trying to figure out how they even
Oh, they just
up
snuck
there
up on him.
unnoticed, just step by step.
Bro's wearing
he
his headset
climbed up the
backwards or
mountain
something.
And just took out Cyclops. We saw Benno and Agers one side of the
Yeah, but
high
he's got
ground,
look on
on
it.
the other. Reet and Cooper probably reading that they did pull zone. They immediately
Reet and
build
Cooper,
up,
high,
trying
okay.
to keep it.
Yeah, they're wasting a lot of mats though.
inventory, but in the 8th zone, 39 builds on Reet. You gotta hope Cooper has more, because right now it is looking a little light to hold it for the rest of the game.
But we
Yeah,
still got
definitely.
so
I mean,
many
and I
people
was just
alive.
gonna say,
Holy
you know they're
cow.
gonna have the shockwave across, right, and get situated here if they want to have complete control. Someone looks
Oh,
to be
Rapid's
contesting. I see
down.
Rapid down. Don't forget, Peterbot's still playing this as a solo right
Booga
now as
taking him
well,
out.
so few big teams still
He's taking out
surviving
Weenie
here.
Warrior.
Clicks now has to play this one out as a
Click
solo
solo.
by himself as well. It's Braids on the other side of the wall alongside Booga. Clicks though tries to fight his way into the chug
This is
splash.
so easy for
Definitely
Clicks, bro.
worth it. Meanwhile, here's Peterbot.
It's not worried.
fully.
They have 5 kills
Corey
already.
Newlands now has made his way to the new zone. He's
So he's
just
just gonna play this
trying
game
to download
for fun.
information
But I
here.
think this is like solo plus practice for grains.
You know, But these are sometimes the best players in the world as a
Ooh.
team, but there's just a different.
That guy
freedom
was
when
right
you're a
next
solo,
to
not having
him.
Very
worry
nice,
about
nice.
anybody but yourself, and that's what we're seeing here.
Ooh, Click
Side
versus
by
Peterbot.
side, Click, same scenario.
Side by side.
Now
Come on.
Coming out. Peterbot just
Where-
putting full on aggression on
Where we going? Where we going?
another duo, not scared to back down, but he takes too much damage there in that situation, forced to stagger himself outside of the zone. And without any shockwaves, it's going to be tough for him to find his way back easily.
This is crazy. Peterbot goes for the full
Looks is like
HP
going
plays.
up.
He tries to fight his way to mid-ground layer, but he gets put down. Meanwhile, Veno and Agers are still going here. Veno leading the charge here, finding the knock.
Yeah, Click's
Agers
in a really good
gets
spot,
the
not gonna lie.
follow-up right
It pulls up
behind
the
him.
mountain,
They're
bro.
now at 3
All these teams that are
eliminations
down
here.
below the mountain are going to
Players
get
on all
congested. They'll
sides of
die.
their walls, but
So
off
where's
to
it
play
pulling?
the
I
ultimate
think
low
it's
ground.
pulling off the
Meanwhile,
mountain.
Crazy and King are elim leaders right now at 10 eliminations and still running through the lobby here. They have control, and the complete control actually of the mid-ground layer here.
And then looking up, briefly aiming at Booga and Braids.
Peterbot's just having fun with it, bro. You know?
From 40 builds
not
to
worried.
2, he's under pressure.
This is
King's
where the
gonna
lobby
get
starts
Braids
going
left by
down.
himself, only 70 on the
Oh,
chug
that was
jug.
by
No way for
Creon.
him to get back up to full HP or shield without an elimination.
Pino.
Meanwhile, Peterbot's going to get the elimination onto King. Veno and Agers down below. They're going ahead
It's
and
still up?
dodging
Yeah,
all
I
the
think Clemson's
chaos
still
up
right?
above.
Yeah, listen, there's so many teams fighting their way
Ooh,
through the
Peterbot's
mid
getting
layers
pressure
because
here.
it went down, back down, kind of that mountain.
Cooper
But
reached
with
still on
Veno
high, bro.
dropping to the ultimate low, now they're the first to take advantage of the teams trying to find their footing here. And this is working out so well. Look at the high ground position, though. It's Booga versus Cooper. Booga ends up on top. Braids is still holding
Click and
on,
Peterbot
though.
might fight. They're right
They're
next to each
trying
other.
Situate themselves here, but it's cost them everything. They have no more materials left.
Yeah, you just
Yo,
gotta hope
Booga
that
and Braids on
has
the high
just
ground.
enough for them, trying to pass them around,
Oh.
looking down could be their only opportunity.
Oh.
Quickly
Start
doing
back
the
for the zone.
back-to-back.
Oh my
Peterbot.
god,
Both
Peterbot
of those
is just like that.
eliminations. Monster, we saw him almost on 0 builds a couple of seconds ago. My, how
Hold
time
up.
flies.
Yeah, I
and
was
now
about
he's
to say.
going up for the high
Hold
ground.
up,
We
quick
know
as-
he's gonna
no,
contest
Peterbot's
it
just
all.
feeling the grief
1v2
today.
situation. He's trying to bring him
The
back
lion.
down to reality as he
Let's go
drops
back
down,
down.
realizing it might not
Oh,
be
I
worth
thought
the
this
risk
was
to
back
use
on
all
Twitch
these
as
builds for a fight that is not going my way.
Peterbot is just different, right? You see the recognizing that he
Ooh,
can go
click for
something big
Peterbot!
there. Meanwhile, Peterbot versus Clicks.
Oh,
didn't want anything
man.
to do with that solo player. He had no idea
Oh.
it was Peterbot, but one thing was certain: it was danger nearby, and off he goes. I like this play by Clicks, just trying to stay alive here and earn as many placement points as possible. This is a true clutch for both Peterbot, Booga, Clicks,
It might
Veno.
just
all
happen,
these
bro.
guys still holding on here in the
Peterbot
lobby.
might get the
Peterbot's
kill on
still
Clicks here.
hunting right now,
Hold on.
Clicks
He's trying to
gets
get
away,
PC.
fangs Cooper, another
Oh my God,
solo on a
Clicks on a
different
kill?
layer.
Yeah.
They
Hold
are
up, who
playing
Clicks feel
out of
like?
their minds here.
This game 1 is proving that prime
Peterbot down.
players making prime time
Let's
plays.
go,
Peterbot finally getting shut
Hold
down.
up.
His run has come to an end.
I'm not gonna lie, it might be a
One
Booga
of the
free win
duos
here.
just got separated.
Another
Chase
kill for
Jerem
Clicks.
goes down,
Okay,
5
Clicks.
left by himself. That is because of Clicks. It is
Kanata.
aggression. Kanata does it again. Takes out the other part of that duo. A lot of these solos are
Yo,
doing
yo,
a
yo.
lot of the heavy
Kanata and Clicks
lifting.
gotta
The
team
duo
up and take down
above,
Booga. Come
they
on.
could smooth sail their way into a
Bro,
victory
Booga
royale.
game 1 win. Is
Listen,
it
no
happening,
pressure here
chat?
for Clicks or Kanata. They've
Booga's-
done enough that
Booga's
solos
in
they
the
push
grands,
their
bro.
way to
Damn.
the end game. Booga and
Clicks
Braids
goes
have
down.
pressure on their shoulders to perform here.
Clicks in
Braids
third.
falls first, but it's
Oh,
okay.
shit.
Booga was there
Oh, yeah, nah.
to
So we
back
got
him
it.
up in the
That
end
was a
there,
good game,
Jacob.
though.
What did Kelly say on day 1? In the
Booga,
jungle,
bro.
the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. No, he is awake. He is roaring. He is now punched his
Booga has
ticket
made it to
to the
Greens, chat.
FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals.
Crazy.
I'm just gonna say, Booga!
It
That's
is
why you
possible
can never
to
count
face.
out the lion. That's why you never count out Booga. That's why every time we look at Booga, we go, ooh, like Kelly said, ooh, this guy's so washed. Ooh,
I told you
shut
Zach's
up,
a
you
lion,
don't know
bro.
anything. Are you a lion? I don't think so.
You know what the Lion won back in the day, right?
Yeah.
No,
He
Kelly
won
was.
World Cup back in his day.
Yeah, I know.
Kelly's mudded.
Kelly, oh my gosh.
You see that she's mudded? Me and
Crazy
Booga are
stuff
so
there,
good.
Kelly, but yeah, I mean, listen,
Hey,
Booga
you do
and
not play
Braids,
with
they're
Booga.
jumping into the action. Team number 1. How in the heck have they done it? Kind of
Did they
returning
hear-
to the
did they hear
big
her, but we
stage
don't?
here. Listen, this is
I don't know.
exactly
Maybe
what
they
I've seen
did. Maybe the
from
broadcast
Braids.
accidentally muted
Obviously
her
one
and
of the
forgot to
Cinematics
unmute her.
Grand Finals, but with a statement to be made as well, right? If you come out swinging, if you come out winning game number one, I feel like it just adds a little bit more emphasis, if you know what I mean. And I kind of talked about it the last time that we have unfortunately seen Booga himself in an FNCS
Clicks it good for
finals
his
was Chapter 6
clutching
Major
up.
3. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him at Global
Got a good
Championship.
amount of kills
We
too.
didn't get to see him in Major 1 finals, and we did not get to see him at the Summit. So that's why it has
Yeah,
been
this is
it's been
great,
a
bro.
long time since we've seen Booga himself. That's why those conversations were starting to kind of rile up. Oh man, how good is Booga?
You, me, and Booga
This
next,
is what
next
he
year
needed.
clip.
He needed a statement to be made here in Heat. Obviously, we want to see him continue on with a performance like this in the grand
For,
finals, but I'm really
rapid
liking
fire.
what I'm seeing here, Z.
Dude, it looks so good. It's crazy you guys didn't hear Kelly's just crazy joke. She just got me to laugh so hard. But I agree, man. It's crazy to see them. And the fact that we saw so many different fights there, like the fact that they jumped up, like we saw Cooper and Reed on the height, and Booga was like, bro, I'm going up there. I'm going in
Clicks and
overdrive.
Rapid are
I'm
at
taking
70.
the fight to them, and then they walk away with a win in
Huh?
game
They're at
number
70
one.
points.
I mean, dude, this looks
What are we, third
so
place?
good. Kelly,
Yeah.
are you there? Sounds like you are.
Kelly Stomar.
For the mouth that I call
There we
Booga
go.
washed. Please do not
Oh, there
say
we
that.
go.
I was not calling
never said
Booga
that.
washed. I was saying that other people were calling him washed. But regardless,
Granada and
congratulations
them
to
got
Booga.
9
That's
eliminations,
right.
second
Guys, we're gonna go
place.
to a break. When we return, we're gonna take a look at some of the unfoldings of
Is that
game
bad?
number one. By
Well, that's
taking a look at
good.
this
9
thing. So,
eliminations,
see you
second
right after
place.
this.
Yes, that's pretty good.
I'm back.
Did you
I'm
see
gonna
that
look for
guy
a
on the
snack.
replay? Did you see that guy on the replay, the first guy?
Nah, I wasn't
With the
watching. I
beard?
was looking at the stats.
That was Faxy's teammate, bro. He made a lane. Hey, go get a
Nice.
snack, buddy. No, not I didn't even see it, bitch. Bro, chat, bro, this lane's about to be so good, chat. Bro, we've seen these clips before. God. Like, why? How do I get recommended this video? What even is this? How am I the first person to ever see that video? Let's escape. Oh, bro, the gi, like, can we get some, like, black light chairs, whatever. Use code FNCS20. For how much off? Like at least 25%?
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
Exit frantic. Barra.
Dang, that first game was crazy.
Pretty good game, yeah. How look at players floating around and shit, bro.
Mm-hmm.
All the top hitters were there, bro. Look for and people been saying Click's been a little different lately.
Welcome back,
against it.
Fortnite fam, to the FNCS.
Click's has been
Game
playing
number
good
one
recently.
goes the way of Booga and Braids. That's
Ever
right.
since,
Let's
like,
just
the-
stop
Click's been
questioning
top
Booga on
five,
everything,
bro.
okay?
Top
He's
five, bro.
Mr. World Cup. Don't
And then
forget
next-
it. All
and
right,
then I
though.
think
A lot of
he levels
man,
it up.
so much action
And then
happened
next year
in
he
that
levels
last
it
game,
up
but
again
so
with
many
the win.
duos were just used to seeing, or players
Click
that
just needs
remember, we've
consistency.
seen a massive swap up. It kind of feels like sometimes, Kelly, every duo looked at each other like, hey, everybody move one to your left, and then that's the new duos. But in that last game, obviously, as we start to take a look at the standings, we see a lot of names here in this top 10 by themselves. Man,
A lot of
also a
big names,
reminder,
yeah.
if we get a victory royale, we go to next week's finals. That means we're not going to be seeing Booga and Braids anymore today. Look forward to them next weekend. Or we need to end in the top 10 win consistency, which is basically the top 15. Kelly, Kanata Sphinx, currently first place.
Look at that, Kanata and Sphinx after that last game, and we saw that Kanata was a solo, but I feel like everyone at the end of that game besides Booga and Braze was a solo. We had Clicks, we had Peter, and then of course Kanata, though it's those eliminations that they were able to garner on the low ground because there was just so much chaos going on. However, I will say we saw what I would consider a more typical high ground than what we've seen in heats for days 1 and 2, Vivid.
I mean, everything was actually going so crazy for Aegis and Veno there. Obviously, we did see them kind of steal away the high ground on the back foot of Veno, kind of making a little bit of a sneaky play up there to kind of steal it away is what it pretty much felt like. We're going to take a look at it right here. Just kind of walks up and is like, hey, by the way, I want high ground. Thank you very much. But after this moment, I mean, if you take a look at the material count and how they were kind of doing with their loadouts, they were doing kind of fine. But you fast forward just a little bit and they're no longer up on the high ground. So they actually opted to potentially go ahead and give that one up. But after this, yeah, I thought they would kind of look to control the high ground, but they dropped all the way down to the lower ground. Of course, they do end up having
got some
a
good
good game,
kills.
but it feels like they could have potentially given up that win condition here in game number 1.
Man, it looks, I'm shocked. I'm like reliving this game. And when I just look over my notes, I've written so many
Well, you
things.
just got
We talked
scammed,
about
buddy.
Kanata there in Texas and kind of in our first place for the moment. Let's look at second place, which is Clicks and
I got it.
Rapid. Guys, the fact that
I
they
got you,
got
bro.
third place, Clicks being solo in this game, given how chaotic that was. I mean, Kelly, I'm liking this duo right now. I can't lie. I feel like Clicks has a bit of,
Who would be able to hang in
confidence
that
that I
end
feel
game
like
like
maybe
that?
he's been missing.
Yeah, that momentum has definitely been picking up. It was a little bit lacking when they first formed Clicks and Rapid. However, as we've seen the Div Cups and as the season has progressed, there has definitely been a level of confidence and synergy that the two of them have been developing. And honestly, I think the biggest thing that we could have seen right there was Clicks coming out with the solo. Obviously, because he is the most popular Fortnite streamer in NAC, if not the world, a lot of people like to put targets on his back. So for Clicks to be able to come out in game number 1 as a solo and show up the way that he did is going to allow him to kind of prove to everyone that there's a reason that it's Clicks and Rapid, not Rapid and Clicks.
Let's go ahead and talk about that top 3 in consistency. I mean, Kanata, solo clutch from him. Clicks, a solo clutch
What
from
you
him.
giggling about,
But a
boys?
giant solo clutch
Just the
from
way she
Peter
said that.
Bot himself. I mean, just we like to talk about the consistency of duos, but for right now, towards the top of the leaderboard, it has been all about the solo performances. We're going to go ahead and take a look at it quite soon. I think it was actually Clicks and Rapid that ended up taking out Polio on the back foot of Peterbot, and Polio trying to make a little bit of a rotation here. So we will see Polio go down in just a quick moment.
He
But
got
yeah, I mean,
beamed by
Peterbot
some pros.
kind of reminds everybody. I won't lie. For some reason, I
That
should
was
say
by
for some
Rapid and
reason,
Clicks,
for good
no?
reason, the
That's some
focus of this
pros.
duo has kind of shifted to Polio
The
being
real
kind
type
of
of
like that
pros.
star player on this team. But Peterbot reminds us that it's like it's both of them simultaneously. At any moment's notice, either one of them can have that pop-up performance.
What do
and
you
kind
think,
of
Brad?
have
At
that
a moment's
solo
notice,
push
either
to
one of them
make
could be
sure
the
they
best
stay
player,
towards
and
the top
either
of the
one of them
leaderboard.
could
That's
be
why they're so scary as a duo.
just the best in the world.
I love it. And I mean, respect.
It's like me and you,
to
huh, Zach?
Peterbot, right? In that situation,
Yeah.
he overdrives up. And I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is kind of a crazy. Takes one shot, misses, and goes, you know what? Maybe this isn't the play. And then completely disengages. Like, man. You know, I just love to see Peterbot's like mind moving and then how he reacts. Like, so crazy. Guys, I'm getting word though. Game 2.
Let's go!
is ready. I'm ready to jump back into the
W.
action. Casters, are you?
Game 2, chat.
We get some W's in
100%
chat.
ready for sure. I know coming
For
into
game
today,
two.
Monster, we
Alright.
knew there was
Yes.
a certain level of excitement to expect, but out of game one, early, you even had King and Craze felt like they spawned in with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, and you saw them still way up at the top of the standings based off of their eliminations alone, ending with 60 points earned, over 10 elims, which is crazy. So more than half of their points basically through just eliminations alone there, Jacob. Talk about a performance.
Yeah, and I've obviously seen throughout the 2 days already, these solo clutches play a huge impact to being able to not have that desperation
Yo.
game 5 where you
Can I have a
need
mic
a
with somebody?
victory royale. It's going to
Yup,
take
I have
a
my
mic back.
on that. And when you look
Yeah.
at some of the damage stats from game number 1,
see, I
Peter
plugged it by
Box,
accident.
Zeno, King, top 3 in terms of overall damage. And then you have
How am I
Uzo, who
sounding, Zach?
already qualified with
Good.
that last game. And
You
leads
sound
a
like you
drop
got more
spot
sleep
open.
last
Who's
night.
gonna
You have
take
more
that
energy
drop, if
today.
anybody? Let's find out.
Yeah, I got more sleep last night.
Well, with game 2
I can
spinning
tell.
up, I do want to
Your
highlight
son
how
is
Brian
dead.
Bass
Off,
made
or
Venom
my
look
mom took
so
my
good
headset
in
off
that
my
last
head
game.
while I was
Every
sleeping.
time we jumped in, it was like we didn't
'Cause I
miss
still, like, opened
a
my door.
beat on his action. You just
Because
saw
I have
that he
the
was
AC in my room,
navigating that low ground
then
so
I'll keep closing it,
effortlessly,
and then
and it almost
I just
seemed like no one
woke up
wanted
without
to
the
go
headset
all
on
the
my
way
head
down
today.
there. They didn't know what was going on, but
Yo,
either
up,
way,
Harry
they pushed
Gaming.
it
How's it going,
very
man?
well. This is a bigger problem for them, of
But, I
course, to
mean,
worry about.
I
Right?
was
You see
still
how
up,
the
like-
drops actually
I
played
was
out.
up-
Bucky and Cam
Well, I went AFK and I forgot to
straight
turn
down
turn
for
back
their
on my
side of the
cam.
map. They seem to be
Oops.
getting their weapons first as well, which is really
Bruh,
interesting.
Elk,
Because
streamer,
that can go
chat.
either which way, but in the end, Veno and AJ have enough time here, right? They're giving them too much time, I feel like,
Alrighty.
to get situated and then take the fight on their terms.
100%, and I think that's just a little bit of something they're
Game
gonna have
two
to learn
chat,
as
who's
the game
excited?
progresses, and you're gonna have to start to act
My
quick.
first
A
game was
team like Veno
crazy.
and Agers, once they get enough points where they feel like they qualified, who knows what type
You
of
know,
animals
Veno
we'll
and
see
Agers are
then.
both
Peter
like
Pollo business
Con-
as
Peter
usual. We
Butter
saw
Pollo,
this
right?
in that last game. They landed at their drop
Really?
spot. Pollo does stay in the POI.
Yeah,
Peter
but
Butter
they dipped
does
the fuck
tend to
out of
try
there.
to go
They got like
for
18
that
fives or something.
Warforged Mythic AR this time around. I'm not sure if it actually did spawn there. We'll see if he gets it his inventory later. But I talked about Golden Grove, Booga, and Braids winning game number 1. They will not be in the rest of today's action because they're already in the Major 2 finals. And now you have 3 teams now landing at Golden Grove.
Yeah, I was already calling out the fact that
Sheesh.
there were over 10 duos being contested across the map in general.
You
It
win,
is
your
no
POI
surprise
gets
right
taken
now
for
that
the
with
rest
Booga
of the
falling this
tourney.
early, a named POI is going to get sniped up right away. I mean, you have a lot of action here. You even have some relatively solid
Yeah,
players
bro.
like
Kinda
Tsunamis,
how it works.
Amplify, and Loris here.
These are a lot of
Very,
teams here,
very
though.
stand-up
There's so
individuals.
many
They
players.
were before kind of taking
Some of
that
them probably
outskirt,
left, like,
some
some
lurking
spots,
on
like,
that other
uncontested,
team fight,
too.
but I guess
Like,
they're
whether they have,
doing the
like,
math
10
and say, hey, why fight
free
for
chests
scraps
or
so we
something,
can
like,
fight for the
bruh.
whole POI?
You may as well
That's
just land on
usually
10
what
free
I
chests, you
think.
know what I
If you're
mean?
gonna contest something,
Mhm.
make it
Over
worth
here.
it if you win. But when 4 different
Especially if
teams
this
many
all have
people
the
are
same
showing up.
idea, kind of turns into a slugfest. Punches being thrown around. Bubba trying to use the shockwave to get a little bit of advantage on the Amplify.
I mean,
Cracks
maybe
the
none of them
shield.
are. Maybe
He's
all
trying
of
to
them
go
are
ahead and
contested.
figure
'Cause I
out
don't
where
even
that
know who these
elimination's
guys are,
at.
to be
You can
honest.
see he's running out of
Today.
SMG ammo. Does not have a shotgun, and 0 when it comes to those materials.
Yeah, one player doesn't have mass, the other doesn't have ammo. This is a tough spot to be in. Amplify is going to be the first to fall there, unfortunately, and they're getting hunted down. And I had high hopes for Loris. He did get a knock there, so anything can still happen. He still has a couple of shields to work with, but with no material count, desperation kicks in. They get hunted and found out, and just like that, those two fall. Now the RGN duo has arrived here. They're looking to clean up house.
Slip and slide their way into that box. Good damage on the Cyros. Weaving in and out of these boxes to try to stay alive, draw for time. So many of these players either got eliminated or kind of disengaged already, so it's basically a full target on your back until you're just eliminated out of the game altogether. Realize, Afonso, they went ahead and took an opportunity and
Here
they
we
cashed
go.
in on it.
Yeah, well played for them. They didn't get a bulk of
Hold
points,
on.
but they got a few. Meanwhile, let's look at this. Clicks.
They're lurking. They don't know they're
So
there.
much attention on
Nice.
Rapid
This could
brings
be
in this
huge
duo.
kills.
I feel like we were
Nah, they're underground.
discounting Click's
You can't really- yeah, they can't get
ability
there.
to perform. In last game, he really just showed
I mean, if
up
they
and
just
all.
sit there
I
and
found
wait,
this
It's not often I feel like we see Clicks
Yeah.
really come out strong.
They gotta
in
come out
that initial game
eventually.
like that, but
They don't know where they
I
are?
love what we're seeing. I'm thinking that maybe that pro-am just kind
Kinda
of,
charging.
you know, broke his mentality
we'll
a
buy
little
that
bit,
real
right?
quick.
You know, got the weight off his shoulders, and he's feeling good
Wait, they
now.
don't
He's
know the
playing a little
underground
bit more
spawn is
freely, a
spot,
little bit
bro?
more
They're
lax.
casual.
Nah, I think they do. They're just waiting.
Partly that comes in with how relaxed Rapid is as an IGL. I think he understands mistakes happen in the course of a game of Fortnite.
They're trying to
It's just
bait him
about
out
how
with
you
some
react
shots.
and handle
Oh, it
those
worked,
mistakes.
kinda.
Click's still lurking around. We see the pre-edit coming in. That's going to be the first wall being taken. They're trying to push him back further and further. This is where they do have to be careful, because when a fight gets chaotic, sometimes mistakes do tend to happen. But that team that they're going up against fully disengages, going underneath, one way in, one way out. And that's where Clicks and Rapid have to make the decision to disengage, because it's not worth their time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was,
It was,
sick, setting up the pre-edit like that.
Really good try, man. They got a couple tags, but
was almost impeccable.
The surge is what they wanted, right?
All
So
good, Rapid and Clicks end up disengaging, kind of getting back to the drop. See how this ends up playing out for them. I'm not sure if they actually even got any real damage there, so still they're gonna have an uphill battle to work against. Meanwhile, Diego, Kaki disengaging from their fight as well.
You can see in the mini-map what looks like a lot of attention over towards the Battle Woods, the surrounding area as well. We don't necessarily know. It's very, very early to see where the zone is beginning to pull, but typically when a lot of the early game teams start to pull in one direction, you can see where they have their minds at. King and Craze lurking around yet again, waiting for what looks like Wikipedia to try to make a mistake, refarm the tree. There goes King. Big shots being fired off, essentially dropping him down to just a sliver of HP already. Now Craze comes in to crash the party. They get their first elimination here. And this is where we're seeing the difference between them and some of the other teams in the lobby. You know, they're just going to build their surge bases. They trade for tags and they overstay their welcome in the zone. King and Craze is looking like last chapter or last duo where Peterbot and Poyo were just W King the lobby to get their surge. That's what King and Craze are looking like right now.
Yeah, playing it like a pub game, playing it like a cash cup, staying fluid on the move, looking for action on the go, and it's working out really well for them. You know, it plays in so well into their playstyle because, again, King was putting players down in set lobbies with even, you know, circumstances. I mean, you send them on the run, and all of a sudden now that little advantage, right, having the ambush at play, it's really hard to take him down essentially when he has that advantage with him.
Especially with how quick he can maneuver around. See Zusto, Malcolm trying to go ahead and take advantage on one. Almost looks like you can see what happened. A reboot really gave away their position. A lot of noise and kind of gives up the thought of, hey, one of those guys are respawning in. Possibly only 3 builds, no real weaponry to fight against them, and that's where I feel like you see them chasing on over towards that solo.
Yeah, I was going to say the fact that Marks wasn't building there. Zusto knows he's got a huge advantage. There it is. The Storm does the rest for him. Does just enough damage, but Malcolm, Zusto now, I feel like officially ran out of, heals here for the time being, so Zusto's kind of holding the body there. He still has the Siphon to come. Luckily, the duo ends up leaving the drop. He could have made that really bad for all of them, to be honest.
See how Wonky Land's playing out right now. Contested, uncontested. I feel like Reet and Cooper are kind of ready for whatever gets thrown their way. You know, they played a divisional cup and things didn't necessarily happen the way they wanted to at Wonky Land. And since that day, I have not seen anybody play as many off-spawn practice games as Reet and Cooper. Doesn't matter who the competition is. They just want to make sure they get as many reps as possible underneath their belt. So their team in today's lobby, I wouldn't necessarily agree with contesting, but hey, sometimes you just got to play your game out. And you see him where the zone is pulling. Very, very familiar to last game, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. You know, just on the topic of Reed and Cooper, I mean, super fan of them both, just their personalities. I think they match each other really well, so I expect, again, Reed to continue to be that sleeper person who just performs really well, right? And almost stays out of the conversation, sneaks into top 3s and 5s. Either way, though, Veno and Agers, the activity has continued to stay up. They already have 2 eliminations, mind you. So this is just icing on the cake at this point.
Yeah, game 1, Bucky was able to escape off the drop, survive a little bit longer to play that game out just a little bit. This time around, they're able to win that off-spawn fight convincingly. You can see Plur and Regular just not really backing down from this fight, and they were the ones that took the most of that damage early on. And now they have the high ground over a team like Veno and Agers.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when I saw Veno and Agers kind of taking control of the tower, I was like, alright, that makes sense. But then to see him shockwave over, I was like, oh, got a lot of heart to do that. Meanwhile, Reed and Cooper's kind of doing their thing on this side. Look at this, a fresh set of eliminations and so much loot to choose from. This is like a mega pickup. Unfortunately, it's outside the storm, so they're not going to be able to do much with it.
Yeah, just kind of cap off what they're missing. Go right back on over to Wonky Land. The zone
Wonky
is
Land.
relatively close to where they
Yeah,
can use that
okay,
combination
fine there.
of the Shockwave and the Wonky Wheel to cover distance quick. This is how they were able to pick up those eliminations. They went from actual POI Wonky Land, probably using that wheel, closing the difference towards the outskirts, and just taking advantage of a team who probably got caught off guard.
Yep, that's how it goes sometimes. You can't let your guard down, especially when someone's got the ability to rotate like that. Meanwhile, look at Boji here. Still has chugs to work with, so you have some heals, but I'm gonna go with the med kit first for him. I like this play, trying to reserve the chugs, of course.
Especially when you gotta realize, you know, you just got off a fight, you got an elimination. Chances of being able to go back to Heatwave Harbor to visit that mending machine, probably slim to none. Probably not worth the risk either, so they're just gonna keep it moving with the elimination and the loot that they just got. Waste no time trying to get to the zone, coming in from the south side of the map, and that's where it could tend to be a little bit more stacked, the south and the eastern edge, where most of the lobby will begin to come in from. But this is also a team, Skittle, Cayenne, that you noticed in the last game, landing over towards the chop shop. There's not going to be a lot of teams that rotate around this area until later on in the game. They just have to be above the damage threshold until then.
Yeah, with no elims, hard to tell where they stand for the most part. Take a look at this. Nice little rotate going on here for Cooper and Reed.
Ooh.
Shooting
I remember seeing this. So the trick to this is, right? So if you guys want to try to do this at home, you got to like pickaxe or use the rapid fire SMG to get that out of the mini game, right? And instead of pickaxing it, the reason why you use the rapid fire SMG because it deals the least amount of damage to the flotation device. It'll literally bring you across the map like you see Reed and Cooper do in probably less than a minute.
I didn't know that was a
And this
thing,
is
did
something
you?
that kind of blown up on social media within the last couple of days. So Reed and Cooper really putting all the community's theories to the test.
Yeah, I saw someone talking about it. They were like, "Wait a second, what is this?" And it was just some
That's
random
crazy.
team, right? That discovered like a really cool tactic, and all of a sudden now, of course, it's getting adopted into the competition here. Nice little find for them. Free med kit. Meanwhile, you have Kanata and Sphinx camping out in a building nearby. This can be very dangerous. Not sure what their game plan is currently. Okay, just seems like this is a pit stop on the way as they have the mending machine here.
No matter what they see here, Reed and Cooper probably crouched down. They know the risk any mending machine possesses, especially this late in the game where we move from 4th zone to 5th zone, but Kanata and Sphinx on the whole other side, not really trying to lock that one down. So Reed and Cooper are going to
Storm
be able to
surge
kind of
time.
hold that position to themselves, but they got to be a bit quick here in this situation. It did go from a 1-tick zone to a 2-tick zone, and most of this lobby, as you've seen, they've spent it deep within the zone, so they got to hurry up before they start to go ahead and take that storm sickness warning.
Yeah, definitely. You see there, they find that extra chug. They take advantage of just trying to cap off to the best of their capabilities, but the 2-tick is just so brutal. Even when you're in the storm for this little bit of time, already it's going to cost them at least a full med kit. Now you have Kanata Sphinx under the same problems. Pocoyo has the duo right on their heels as well. Sphinx and Kanata are going to just base down here because they found themselves too close to that other team, want to heal instead.
Not necessarily the worst play, especially, you know, experts, you know, you fight inside of the zone like this. Sometimes you end up in a no-win situation where even if you win the fight,
wrap it up, but I have another
making it
nice one
out
here.
is going to be near impossible.
Unless they
Kinda
somehow end up getting
Continue to
briefed.
look around a lot of
Hella
the
good
action
match,
around
bro.
the map. You can kind of see the solo clutch points
You
from
there,
game
Vic?
number 1. How
Yeah,
it's
I'm
really
here.
impacting the leaderboard. Most of those teams landing
Oh,
in
buddy.
and around the top 5 after those solo clutch performances.
Fucking
And that's got to
stacked,
be a
boy.
boost of confidence
Yeah.
for all
Let
of
me
the
step
duos,
up.
specifically Rapid. Try to boost his confidence right now with Clicks, knowing with or without him in the game, you know, his IGL prowess, even if he's eliminated, can still play a role in Click solo clutching.
See how good of a job they do as well, being able to rotate and maintain that momentum. Really optimizing each and every shockwave like that was perfect. Small find there too, but look at this Higson curve. Nice little elimination there. It's going to end them up with some points. And this
Dang,
is what
Kanata's
happens
gonna
when
go
you're the
down
last
'cause he
to
doesn't
rotate.
have Storm
Now,
Surge.
The warning's going to tell Kanata he's actually 195 below. This is a very tough spot to be in after such a strong first game. Luckily for him, he does have that
Oh,
cushion.
that's rough.
And he may not
Down
be out yet.
goes
Okay,
Kanata.
as I was going to tee it out, I was like, it's not looking too good. Creon's going to end up with the elimination and the refresh there. Well played for them.
Hopefully they can go ahead and kind of figure out what went wrong. Very, very similar zones from game 1 to game 2. Obviously this one around here in the 6th zone, we are moving a little bit more towards the south. Short celebration though for Higgs and Curve. They get that one elimination you were talking about, immediately become a target of the lobby, but only for a short second as they quickly start to rotate on out. I think they're learning, just like everybody else, you don't want to be one of the last teams to try to make it there. You don't want to be one of the first teams either, given an open opportunity to try to continue to connect with shots.
Yeah, too many teams got that little bit of natural elevation right there. And they're going to be targeting all the fresh builds. Peterbot Boyo already on the
Peterbot.
right here. Do the same thing
They
like
don't
the
have a
other
crazy
teams,
amount of
trying to keep
mats.
themselves protected,
Oh,
but Boyo
they're
gets
about
rolled
to get a
up on.
big
Peterbot's
refresh.
here to back him up in a quick turn of events right there for one team. Make it for
Well, there people are just throwing themselves
What
at
is
them.
happening? This is like the spider's web. They're catching everyone coming through.
And there's just another one from behind. Yet again, they're just pouring in one after the next.
Ooh,
after
Peter
the
Boy
next.
got
And
hit.
Peter's just taking him out, crossing him off the list. Big shot being traded off from Tenya, though, to slow down the roll that Peterbot has on. And this is the thing I feel about this duo. We're always talking about how great Peterbot is. Obviously, since the Summit land, people calling Boyo probably one of the best players in NA as of now. I feel like they have like small competitions within one another to see who gets more eliminations, who has better solo clutches. And when Dust right now is just getting a little chaotic, they know how to play together as a team.
Yeah, that
Peterbot
was
got
so
hit
impressive
hard.
right
They're
there by
both
Peterbot
low.
and Boyo. They go for that fight, just trying to really punish the team behind them that thought they were going to be able to jump into their box. And it cost them a fair bit of their remaining heals, but in the end, it alleviates the pressure from the duo. And they have enough mats to take the distance here. Look at this, nice little fresh pickup there, trying to bait the loop, but no one goes for it fast enough. There's a nice upgrade for them.
They just hear all that noise, all that fighting going down underneath, and they're just kind of taking it step by step, assessing the situation. Shots come off on their layer, so they're going to backtrack in their steps. Reet and Cooper, though, all the way from Wonky Land. They're going to be the first team on the high ground. 7th zone, though, we've already seen it in game 1. That could be a little bit early to try to invest everything.
Yeah, I was going to say, pretty impressive for them to be the team right now to try to identify as the high ground duo. 2 games in a row now, position themselves up for hype.
Here we go.
Here's King and Craze. A little bit less of an elimination tear that they're on this game, but nonetheless, they're one of the healthiest here coming off of a fresh refresh there. So very big material counts in their inventory. Meanwhile, Veno Agers looking very strong and healthy as well here. This time, not as desperate to be down on the low ground, playing for the mid layer. So we're probably going to be seeing a high ground fight here.
Just gotta be careful. I feel like this lobby is stacked with teams that have the potential to go for that high ground. As King and Craze is going, looking towards the backside of zone. They have the benefit of the doubt. 900 above the damage threshold, but that's not a worry. They just have to wait for 3 players to go down. Poyo gets another elimination, kind of easing up on that pressure. On one side, we got Golden. On the
Clicks
other,
on
we
height.
got Clicks and Rapid. I knew I didn't see Reet and Cooper no longer on the high ground as Clicks and Rapid are the team to overtake them, but they're below the damage threshold.
Yeah, just a couple players have to fall here, and they realistically are the only team there. They just need a little bit of damage, but no one's revealing themselves. So much metal and just hugely fortified bases around them. They can't afford to open fire. Here comes some fresh builds. Finally, they get some damage there. It cost them a fair bit. Rapids really hurt on that rotate, actually. It's Peterbot and Boyo who take the opportunity to go for high ground, and now it's his playground to mess around with. They're doing what they need to do, elevating themselves ever so higher.
Peterbot on height now.
Perfect spot for them now.
Just melted Zen flying through the sky. Boyo's the one that's going to get credit for that one. But like you said, kind of reinforcing their position, building up higher so they can kind of hear the warning of those shockwaves if any team looks to contest them. King and Craze probably have no plans for that being a possibility. They've just been dominating this low ground. Even without eliminations, they're pushing team after team off of their layer, making sure they control as much of the tempo as possible, even bypassing Reet and Cooper, building above them so they have the double edits in case they try to continue that path.
Yeah, I don't really see much in the way to stop King and Craze here. They've been playing so well. You look at the rotates that they're putting out as well. There's no one giving them any resistance, but meanwhile, Higgs and Curve are the team on the low ground. There's always one, and for now, it's them right here. They seem to be running things up right now. 4 eliminations, plenty to work with as well as far as heals are concerned. Here comes the Shockwaves from the outskirts. Really nicely done, but targeted from Peterbot Boya up top. That Mythic AR just shreds the moment he catches contact.
Yeah, nobody can kind of reveal themselves for too long before they risk going down. Clicks and Rapid. You can see the struggles that they're going through. Clicks, not a lot of builds. They're trying to find elimination. They did get a knock, but King and Craze finally have their plan settled out. They're looking up, trying to chop them down, but they've drawn the attention of Peterbot and Foyo. They know that's the second height team, the threat that they need to watch out for, but there's still Veno, Agers, Higgs, Curve. You see them lurking in the backside of the zone as well.
Yeah, King and Craze probably looking to set up the Shockwaves. You see them crouched up, just again peeking through those cones, waiting for an opportunity. Anyone moving on the outsides, King's got that covered as well. They just seem to have their bases fully locked in right now. There comes some pressure from a team up top, but again, not enough to make them have to worry. The distraction's on though. Rapid now forced to put up a Clicks-like performance here by himself. Zifta, Sinetto finding their activity here. That's actually onto Boyo. Okay, and now they end up with high ground. So we already saw Boyo and Peterbot getting a little bit desperate. They were starting to run out of material, and it does start to come to light here.
Yeah, that was Peterbot. You're talking about somebody's dropping down. It was him from above trying to get any of these refreshes until he finally runs into King, and King cuts him short. 5th elimination for this duo, but even King gets cut short. What is today, Monster? It seems like solo clutch performance after solo clutch performance. Even Veno having to leave Agers behind. He's healing up. Veno's building the path. This might be one of the stronger duos we have left alive in this game.
Yeah, definitely, and Veno's just playing so well. He
Alrighty.
just takes down each of those eliminations. We're seeing him
Clicks died.
continue to
Team
shine here,
died,
but look
so
at this. Craze,
not
although
too
he
good of a
lost,
game
King
for them.
is still playing it out by himself right now. He's at 7 eliminations. Veno, Ager still going. Afonso falls here as well. And now they're working their way down, going through the motions here. A little bit of a refresh for Veno's going to set them up nice. Cooper and Rito from the high ground down to the depths here are forced to try to play this from the low ground.
Yeah, you can see 2 different med kits. You gotta wonder what the HP's like. Higgs, the only solo left in this game right now. 17 builds, but no chance to recover any HP outside of elimination. Veno, Agers push into a whole nother team, gets the full box. Damage is there, but they're able to slither their way on out the bottom of that box. Veno and Agers, though, just trying to go ahead and dominate this layer, pushing all these teams off. But right now, it's high ground that they have to worry about.
But high ground, we haven't quite seen what their material counts are looking for. They get double chopped there, sharing the builds. Veno goes up, taking full advantage,
Ooh.
but so does Zepta, and Veno with the
Veno
monster
and
shot.
Veno and them are
Agers
going
with the
crazy.
backup as well. Each of them win their wins, but they get sent shocked out. He comes back, and they manage to recover themselves there. We're about to see a 2v2 with Contrap in the mix.
It's just really telling where if Contrap goes up, gives an advantage to Reed and Cooper, but he's working his way on down, trying to take the fight against them themselves. Veno and Age are still up above. He's figuring out a way to kind of go underneath the radar, not be noticed up until now, but eventuality will happen. The zone will close, and that's where he has to try to make a move. That's where Reed shuts him down. Veno and Agers drop down from above. They trade eliminations back and forth. Agers in a 1v1 against Cooper, and it's Reed and Cooper out of nowhere. That's steal away their limelight and advance to the grand finals.
Contrap came through, was just a distracting factor. The siphon keeps one alive while the other exchanges the shots. That's that little bit of unpredictability you never know that you're going to get with Fortnite there, Zeke, but what a game.
That was crazy.
No big deal, MDF. No big deal. Just a global champion going ahead and say, hey, you know what, a major finals, I guess I'll go ahead and claim a spot going on over. Not a big deal. And of course, Kelly, I know you're excited because he's paired up with Reed, and that's your favorite player.
Listen, I don't want to be biased, except I do. Reed and Cooper coming out on top, waiting for the final moments to engage that fight. They probably knew that Veno and Agers were up on height, and so they waited. They were patient in that final moments, Vivid, and that's really where it came down to AJ versus Cooper. And listen, we all know Agers is an incredible fighter.
That was a crazy game.
Cooper, the global champion, man. You know he's never done an out.
I mean, Cooper just kind of
BRB.
running around on the low ground. I like the catchphrase there. Just keep on shooting, man. It looked like he had so many targets to keep hitting, right? Had to go ahead and hit the knockdown body, so that way he kind of got the siphon to kind of join the mixer to help him out just a little bit. And then he turns around a little 180 to go ahead and close things out. But game two, man, a little bit crazy. This one went actually all the way the distance. We almost closed out the zone here, closed into the storm. And listen, over the course of the first two heats, man, these games were kind of ending early, but with two healthy duos left alive, they kind of pushed it all the way to the limits here. But it was a great battle between Veno and Aegis and Cooper and Reed. But when everything was said and done, Cooper kind of turns around, hits the shot necessary, and you can kind of see those margins. He just had a sliver of HP to do it, but Cooper clutches up.
My gosh, man, if you had told me this was like if you just said, hey Zeke, this is the finals lobby, I would 100% believe you, right? Like this, yeah, there's so many things that happen. Again, shout outs to Reed and Cooper. They have made they've secured themselves rather a spot on the battle bus going to next weekend's finals. Bummer we won't get to see more of them today, but there's still 3 games to go. So many more teams could clutch up a VR. So for now, a break. When we return, we break down more of the leaderboard and prepare ourselves for the halfway point. See you in a moment.
I got hit with that one. I'm popping a med bit. Wait, short. You got 6 builds? No, max up. Wait, if you are med, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! No! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
Alrighty. This has been crazy so far. Still got 3 more games though.
Welcome back, FM, to the FNCS. It's great to see you. If you just missed it, game 2, Reed and Cooper got a victory royale, which means they're going straight through to finals next weekend. And in case you missed game 1, Booga and Braids went over to them. A lot of crazy things happening here, but friends, we cannot forget that Reed Cooper 2v2 came down against none other than Veno and Aegis. It could have gone either way. But man, Veno and Aegis getting a 2nd place with 10 eliminations. Oh my gosh. This is what I like to see, Kelly. This is what I like to see.
I mean, yeah, they have 2 games played out of 5, and they already have 137 points. Veno and Agers have been able to make it to the end game both times, and I just don't think that there is too much of a concern for how they have been performing. They have just been playing this so well on the low and mid ground, waiting for the perfect moment to go for height, and honestly, they've just been doing it so cleanly. Yes, it is unfortunate that they have not been able to get the win, but as far as Veno and Agers are looking right now, Vivid, I love to see this.
Whenever we take a look at teams and how well they're doing, one of my favorite things in Fortnite is recognizing a team that can play several different play styles. And so far, in just the first 2 games, Agers and Veno have showcased that both times. I mean, they were kind of playing for the higher ground in game number 1. They ended up giving it up and kind of playing front low. But this time around, they were kind of playing mid ground, looking for some refreshes. And once they got them, then they decided to go ahead and overdrive up to high ground and kind of contest for it. A second place with 10 eliminations. It was so close between them winning that 1v1 in the end, between winning that game, but really, really like what I'm seeing out of Agers and Veno right now.
Dude, I'm also just looking at this top 5, man, right? Remember, BR means we go straight through the finals. We're not going to be seeing the first 2 for the remainder of the day, but we've got to be ending the top 10 of consistency, which is basically the top 15. Okay, sorry, I always had to repeat that. Kingling and Craze, though, we've now had 2 pretty solid games. Also, kind of like what you're pointing out, Kelly, only after 2 games, breaking into the triple digits already. I mean, Kelly, Kingling and Craze, they're looking good.
Yeah, as far as what we've seen from Heats 1 and 2, getting 2 really good games where you're kind of in the top 10, 1 kind of okay game, and then you could even have 2 kind of bad games is all you need, because top 15 out of 50 teams, although it sounds like
I'm ready
not
for
that
game
difficult to
3.
defeat, it is still challenging when you consider how many big names are in Heat number 3 right now. But as far as Craze and Kingling, I am not too worried right now. Like you said, they're currently sitting in 2nd place as far as consistency, but the concern that I have for everyone right now, Vivid, is that you look at the names on that list. We got Kingling, Peterbot, Clicks, Higgs, Creon, Kanata, and that's just page number 1, right? There is so many big names that have not solidified their spot into the grand finals. So even if you are making it to the end game every single time, all it takes is for just one random zone pull to go into the favor of your opponents, and then that is going to put you down the leaderboard.
Kingling is actually our individual eliminations leader right now. He has 12, but there is one other player who's actually joined him in double digits with 10 of their own. It's Peterbot, man. We know him. We love him. He's always going to be picking up those eliminations. But like I said already, Kingling currently has the lead in just after 2 games. But it's so impressive that we already have a couple of players entering double digits after just 2 games. It's kind of cool because obviously we always look towards Peterbot and Polio to kind of be that duo that's going to pick up those most eliminations. I think it was in game number 1 where a stat flew about the plans, and I think it said that they had 4 games with 30 plus eliminations in the play-in. So these guys are all about the eliminations. I will say, unfortunately for us and unfortunately for them, they haven't actually made it to the 10th, 11th, 12th zone in these first 2 games as a complete duo so far. Unfortunately, Polio has gone down a little bit early, so Peterbot has kind of been left as a solo, which is why he probably is picking up some of those individual eliminations. But they're still chilling, 3rd place in consistency.
It's interesting you point that out, because I feel like when we think back to Summit, it was actually the other way around, right? There's a lot of solo clutches off the back of Polio, but now we're seeing it off of Peterbot. Kelly, Viv, I mean, is this just them playing around? Is this just them being little silly little guys until finals?
I don't know about silly little guys, but I think that, they're not necessarily playing to the full extent that we know Peterbot and Polio to play, because they're not necessarily worried. They have already stated to Faxity that they are willing to
I'm ready
lose
for this next game, man. What about you?
Now, I don't necessarily think that that is going to be the concern for them anymore, because Veno and Agers is no longer landing where they're landing. But I do think that Peterbot and Polio, unlike everyone else, has nothing to prove. They've already proven enough.
Here we go.
Do you agree with that, Viv? You agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, Peterbot and Polio, we know how they play Heats, man. They're playing for the elims. They're playing for fun. They want to
their spot into the grand finals.
Okay, game 3 is ready. This is about to be the halfway point. So some of these duos, they need to pick it up if they hope to make the finals next weekend. For now, casters, take it away.
Game 3.
That as a run-in thought, Jacob, I'm thinking Veno and Agers might be kind of happy Cooper just clutched up and played well, because they get to continue to target Bucky.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one right there. And honestly, I even see a scenario that maybe we see Veno, Agers, Peterbot, Pollo take each other on throughout the course of these games. Both of them have proven they do want high ground, but this leaderboard is stacked. Top 15 is looking hard to get. Let's go ahead with game 3.
What a plot twist would that be now if Veno and Agers are like, hey, what's up, Peterbot? How's your tournament going? He still has quite the way to go to be completely safe. That, Jacob, would be pure cinema, as they like to say. Now I'm thinking, that's what I want to see here.
Yeah, I'd definitely be here for it. Sometimes nothing to lose, play for entertainment. But just Jerem, vibe, 63 points so far. Not necessarily where they probably would have hoped to go, but as it stands as of now, they're within reach of that bubble, if not inside of it, and that's pretty impressive. Go to say they're not only contested at Latte landing, they have to worry about Kanata and Sphinx landing on that western side, that mountain split that could potentially third party, if not directly, with shots in the distance.
Yeah, this drop's definitely slowed down a bit comparatively to the last few rounds. Getting to the drop though, Veno, Agers sticking to their true and trusty situation. They're about another big end game away from being completely solidified into the finals, and can do what they want from that point onwards. But just playing their game seems to be going very well for them. They're clearly the strongest duo in the lobby right now as far as their overall performance is concerned. And it's what we expected, though, right? Like, we knew this was going to be a
they're
tough heat,
basically
but we
the top
also knew
team
players
that
like
hasn't
Veno and
qualified
Agers
yet.
should fare well.
Yeah, and honestly, you kind of look at the other side of that drop spot. Veno and Agers don't necessarily have to do anything different. Bucky and Cam, however, have to figure out how they're going to make it deep into some of these games with the target on their back. Because we know Veno and Agers want uncontested. Even some of these split drops here, finding a little struggles to get all their loot. Everybody just kind of grabbing scraps, sharing mending machines to try to see what bit of action they can get out of this early game. Cluster Coast, just as contested as last, and kind of something that you said early on. You know, a couple of these drops seem to be slowing down versus the first 2 games that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think reality's setting in here, right? For the opponents, like, you're starting to think, dude, we're 3 points, we're 6 points. Like, what's going on? We can't keep playing this way. We need to survive a little bit longer. And that's why we're seeing stuff slow down. On the other side, you're having these inexperienced teams that have never maybe made a final.
Nada again.
They've only been there a few times. They're at 50 points. They're kind of in the conversation. And they have to decide to themselves, is it worth even fighting at this point? Like, we just need to keep making end games and we'll go to finals. So I think we have a very interesting dynamic taking place here as we're in the middle of game number 3.
See Sphinx looking on over towards Latte. Gonna be the easiest shot they have to get Surge in this early game. Dragon and Creon having this whole back mountain to themselves. 84 points, faring well, able to kind of
Pro's
get
buying
that
all the
mythic
pistol
in
ammo.
their inventory. The biggest thing that they lack right now, or at least just looking at Dragon's inventory and even now Creon's, they have 3 shockwaves. Typically, both of the duos would carry 6 shockwaves each for a total of 12. They do have gold to buy more shockwaves, but they're just probably waiting to see what they can find.
Yeah, as much as I like the gliders, you know, they look cool and all that, they're just not as good as shockwaves, of course. Veno, Agers on the hunt right now. It's not onto the Buckies and the Cams of the lobby. It's onto Wikipedia, who's also just outside the harbor playing his split drop and to catch him off by himself. This is just
And
practice,
he's
it looks like, honestly, for finals here. The options to do what they need to do.
Yeah, there's no way they don't qualify.
Crank their way outwards. Meanwhile, you see that duo in the distance there, hearing what's going on, hesitant to even go that way at the moment.
The games have been good, bro.
Click's got a kill. That's good.
Right now, they're leaving Heatwave Harbor early. Clicks
They're
and
not even
Rapid,
playing good today.
they're able to find that first elimination.
Their
One of
last
the
game was a
biggest
bit rough.
things, you know,
Click's
at
last
one
game,
point
they
or
got
another, we're
11,
talking
but
about
it's still
Peterbot,
not
Pollo
bad.
contesting Veno and Agers.
Yeah,
It
man,
was
they're like-
actually
they're like
Peterbot
a
and
good
Pollo
50 points
contesting
away from
Clicks
quality.
and Rapid
I mean,
at the
they're not worried
Shaken
about that.
Sanctuary.
They're
There's
good.
because the cube
Pigeon
moves,
Poppy,
or at least
hello?
the movable cube where you can kind of
Hello,
launch
Pigeon.
yourself off of it from Sinister Strip to the Sanctuary. Clicks and Rapid had the idea in her head. Peterbot and Pollo
Oh,
are going to
Pigeon Poppy
switch
or
the
not?
drop. We just have to weather the storm until then.
But it's not in the
And now they're
Discord
not really
call?
taking that
That's
drop,
crazy.
But that's what they're using to fly around and get some of these early games eliminations.
Yeah, the power of being able to land anywhere you want really keeps you super dynamic. It's more of a problem for everyone else. Vibes and G's, look at this lurk spot. It's not even well hidden. He's behind some small table here, but gotta appreciate the effort. T jumps off with the shockwaves, stays there a little too long. His teammate doesn't come to back him up, and they just make the call to jump on him. Kind of like this play right here. I think this works out really well for them. The teammate is here though, so now we're looking at more of an old-fashioned 2v2.
A little bit of advantage though going on over to Minty and Autumn. Just Jerem just seems to be weak beyond belief. No shield, just HP, and they finally go ahead and get the drop on him. Finds he's there by
And there goes
himself.
that team.
And Monchi's not going to be by himself for long. Both of them get sent back to the lobby together. And interesting thing, Kanata and Sphinx, they just kind of watching it all play out on the mountain. I'm not sure how much surge they got in this game, but that could be one of the downfalls, missing out on an opportunity there.
Impressive job there. Some quality right camera peaks and really just a textbook way to turn that fight around. That was when they shouldn't have won either, given that they had the health disadvantage there. But neither here nor there. They'll have to live and learn. Peterbot Boyo still has all the time in the world, taking their time here. Normally, Peterbot's kind of on the outskirts by now, looking around for a fight to jump on. So a little bit of a different strategy at play. I wonder if the zone is kind of playing into that. We'll have to download that information here in a bit, but jump into the high ground where Golden and Ozone are situated.
You see Kai's big streaming announced tomorrow.
Base, and according to the map, we don't see much action nearby, so pretty slow game for them.
No, what's he doing?
Disney.
Yeah, still relatively early.
Tyler.
Nobody
Is it
kind of
Ty?
rotating on out from their
Yeah, he's
drops
going
or
to
their
Disney
splits
with
just
Tyler.
yet.
With
Go
who?
ahead and look towards
Tyler.
You probably see the same thing for Kanata and Sphinx. Just trying to take advantage of the early game zone.
The singer.
Just like you want to accumulate damage for Storm Surge, you don't want to take damage either. So that's why you see some of the teams with power positions early on.
I like how
bunker
the
down, park
the
it,
promotion post, it
wait
says
for
Disney
opportunities to
World,
come their way.
and then he
Meanwhile, Peterbot and
posts
Boy, you said
tags
typically
at
you do see 'em on
Disneyland
the
and then puts
outskirts,
Los
and right
Angeles,
now, we're seeing
California.
them on the outskirts. They
Like,
just gotta
bro,
wait for any opportunity they feel like
Disneyland,
they
not
can take
Disney World.
advantage of. An isolated team, bridge and natural terrain covering them from the distance. Peterbot stealing not just one, but two different covers there to try to push the fight.
Yeah, I'm looking at it like, how did you even get that wall, son? Like, that was crazy. And then for him to know that he took the two walls, just impressive all around. You know, my brain can't even keep up. I feel like I'm on a ping pong. I don't know, like, what's going on? That was insane. But all good. Peterbot Boyo have full control of the fight here. It's very standard for them to play separate angles, each of which are so fast and deadly on their own. Normally, this fight would have ended already, so Cash putting up a great defense here as they scramble around and barely slip out. But look at how much of these walls are in control of Peterbot and Boyo. Here they come. Just trying to reset. Peterbot making sure there's no one above them.
Ooh, I was about to say, you got to be careful for a fight like this for Peterbot and Boyo. It is taking quite a long time, and even though they're landing shots, they're also taking an immense amount of damage. Boyo right there, probably over 200 damage being dealt to Peterbot and Boyo, and that's why they're consistently trying to give it back. Great damage there from Boyo. Even without the elimination, you can kind of see what they're fighting for. We both know Storm Surge is like currency. It allows you to travel through the map with a little bit less stress and desperation throughout the course of the game. But Peterbot gets tagged up yet again. They are doing such a good fight on the side of Spear and Cash to slow down the roll of Peterbot and Boyo. Something I definitely didn't expect after the two hot streak games.
Putting up a fight right now.
Yeah, I think Peterbot was a little bit frustrated there that he didn't get the initial elimination when Cash slipped out the box, because you noticed that he was second guessing himself time and time again, thinking, no, this guy's above me. Like, I saw him there, but he had already jumped to lower layers.
There's one right above
Definitely
them,
a
but
little
they're
bit
just
of
not there.
frustration setting into Peterbot's play there. You give them enough time, though, they're going to figure it out.
People wondering why King and Craze, seeing what's going down there in the feed. I did see it. Sure if it was King or Craze, but I do know they did get that knock and elimination onto Agers. Probably looking for Venno. But he's going to be able to disengage his Cash. And Spear still doing a good job of holding their ground, but you know, for both of the teams in this position, Peterbot and Boyo and included, you know, look at the resource count. Look at the amount of heals. They've drained so much here in this game. And right now, Peterbot puts himself in another peculiar situation. Lands a haymaker onto Spear, but he gets dropped down to 30 HP or so.
Yeah, you know, at first I was thinking, yeah, they've done enough to still have a damage lead, but now I'm convinced they're actually way behind, and this is a net negative game for them. This is starting to look really bad. They've exhausted half of their material count, most of which is the heavy mats, and the team that they're fighting has used everything. So now it's not even going to be worth it as far as the refresh is concerned.
It's almost feeling, you know, that sunken cost fallacy or the lost cause fallacy where they've just invested so much into this fight already. In their head, it's almost pointless to disengage at this time. But they do see that the Sinister Strip's still there. The back mending machine is there, but Peterbot goes down again.
I was
just
not
biting
expecting
more than
that.
he can chew in some of these situations. That's got to be a confidence boost for Spear and Cash if they finally realized who they're going up against. But surviving the fight is not enough. They have to go ahead and find that second eliminations, but it's going to be a little too late. Poyo is going to disengage on out, and they just got a huge upgrade due to the loot that Peterbot dropped.
That team needed that kill too, because those guys are on the
I was just thinking like
bubble
they
right
also
there, you know, like
secured
50
all
something
the
points. They
right?
can
So
they
getting
can
that
qual.
material count and then getting the workforce AR.
That team.
That is excellent. And you know what? For a team that's in like the 50-point range, right inside the top 15, that might have been the highlight of their weekend. If they can take this game, turn it into a few points, they might just go to finals based off of that fight alone. Kingaling and Kraze, though, the second time they get to clash against Agers and Veno this time, Kingaling and Kraze are here to finish the job, and they get one of the two. I don't know if they got Veno, but I'm assuming Veno got up out of there.
Just an insane shot to take him down 180 while he was full boxed. Just impressive gameplay all around. You can see that the only team in the lobby who qualified for all 4 Divisional Cup finals together. It goes to show that, hey, they may have broken up for just a second when they reformed, but sometimes being reunited has never felt so good. 89 points, still behind the curve against some of the other superstars here in this lobby, but they just have like a slower game than most. They don't go for early game eliminations, especially if the zone kind of pulls far away. They use their height advantage over at Lifty Lob, plus that launch pad to close the distance when they have to.
It's kind of interesting because you think of the personalities of the two. Curve very much reserved, Higgs super outgoing. I almost think they might have found their balance in one another, and I think it's interesting that they're kind of taking the playstyle with the slower approach and saving that big burst of energy for when they need it a lot. We'll see how they continue to perform here. Afonso realize one of the teams, again, that's in the bubble at the moment here. Yeah, we can start painting that consistency picture because, again, it's a very short evening. Only 5 games, and we're in the middle of Game 3. So very soon we're going to be in the final stretch for these players to try to get their consistency points to go to the finals. Dignitas, Kanata, Sphinx on the other side, making a move right now deep into the storm here as they continue to rotate around.
Kanata is like, they made sure they got
game,
surged this game.
They decided to go deeper
Last
into
game,
the
they
storm
had
around
rough
this time
time.
to wrap around, and it did not work out for them. I was going to say, they got targeted when they got into the zone. This time they're getting spotted early again as well.
Yeah, and they have the benefit, though. I will say, as long as they have the gold and the med kits, you see how the zone at the north side of the map is kind of full. It is going to open up in that direction. So you got to think the probability of a lot of teams already stacked up there has to be low. And if that is going to be their course of action here, it might work out for them. We might see them later on in this game as well. Just like Bucky and Cam choosing to change things up. Instead of getting aggressive and willing to fight against Veno and Agers, they disengaged out of that POI early. They got their loot and hoping to play the rest of this game out. But now they find themselves with similar struggles below the damage threshold. And this is the first time they're facing these struggles today.
I mean, but it's also the first time we see them at least making it to the mid game, right? So this is a huge step of improvement. Now, they will have to find their damage. Options looking pretty okay for what it's worth, but any fight that happens down here, there's too many high ground team positions kind of all around them, so the focus is going to be real.
You can kind of see they're taking a little bit of a risk here. They're not necessarily together, but they're just trying to cover a good amount of distance, give them more opportunities to connect with shots. You see Alfonso in the distance trying to come in. I'm not sure if Cam was able to get any damage, but that's definitely going to be a positive. But we see him return from the grave. Peterbot back up. Poyo getting elimination as well. And that's very, very important because losing that fight, Peterbot going down, how long it actually took, it leaves question marks about their surge, and that's definitely going to help them tenfold.
Not only that, all that material count went straight to Peterbot, and he was not capped on anything. So he absolutely needed that elimination.
Kind of look and pinpoint small moments throughout the game that can kind of change the course, the trajectory of what teams are going through. That one is definitely one for sure for Peterbot. Agers and Veno. We kind of saw that replay of getting dropped by King and Craze. They're going to be back up in this game here. 143 points, 2 eliminations, and above the damage threshold. The only thing that I have to really worry about is the resources. Couple of empty item slots for Agers, lack of mobility. And you see Veno poking the bear up above, taking some shots again. That's King and Craze, the initial players that separated this duo the first time.
I like that little rematch at play here. I saw
People are dying a little bit more right now than last few matches.
Split pay they were doing basically played against them. We get to watch the highlight here shortly, so take a look at this from outside the storm. Cam might have been poking the bear, like you said, the wrong team this time around. Peterbot, Boyo recognized that he's in a solo tower. They take him out right away. Those are the key refreshes they need. Those are, you know, again, the big damage swings that's going to put them right back in the running here.
Especially if they keep finding these opportunities.
Ozone,
yup, eliminated as well. 123, well above the damage threshold, even though 22 players need to go ahead and go down before Storm Surge no longer active in this game. They're putting themselves and climbing up that Storm Surge ladder where they don't have to look down or even worry about it. But they do get a max pull. That's going to leave them open to taking damage, but they are still pouring.
Peterbot putting some damage in.
Not even sure what's hitting them right now.
Okay, really tough games for Golden and Ozone, by the way. They were only in the 30-point range coming into this one, and then for them to fall this late into the Game 3 development right after getting a refresh is going to really set
I need to
them
play
back.
that
So Peterbot
today.
and Boyo have now taken out some really
Just get one
important
game
teams,
in.
and they are finding, again, refresh after refresh, and they're just taking this momentum right into the end game now. And this is not what you want to see. You know, we went from calling Peterbot possibly frustrated in the last engagement, and all this confidence, right, surging right back in.
Even there in the feed, Boyo getting another knock on the Darcy. Clicks and Rapid, though, they know how chaotic and destructive the low ground can get, and that's why I can see them kind of elevating themselves early. Don't want to spend too much material trying to claim the high ground of themselves unless they have to, seeing where the zone pulls. It is favoring their direction, so this is going to give them a chance to look back. But a whole nother player flying through the sky, landing a big shot onto Clicks, making him second guess from 500 above the damage threshold to 289.
We've seen plays like that take players out. You never really know, so that was a scary one for sure. Meanwhile, if you saw there, Peterbot finds Contrap on the rotate as well. They find Darcy here from Boyo's perspective.
Dang,
they are just
going
turning
crazy
up right now. This is looking like it could turn into one of those monster games as far as Elam's concerned.
Especially since you can kind of see after those eliminations, they're pretty stacked up on loot. They're stacked up on materials. They can be one of the teams to take it early and try to hold on to it as long as possible. See if that time comes, but for Veno and Agers, only 3 teams, or should say players, need to go down. Storm Surge will deactivate, but for now, 44 above, that's where they're going to feel a little bit confident. Looking at the distance, seeing some fresh builds, they're going to lurk around here, try to go ahead and push forward, but instantly does get blocked off. They're just going to go ahead and wait for the zone to push forward before they make their move on out.
Yeah, I see Curve and Higgs on the other side, amplifies. Tsunami and Loris here. Pretty tough spot to be in right now. Shots coming in from other opponents as well. They're going to have to ditch the base here and get the rotate going. And things from the wide view. King and Craze continuing to fire off shots here. Another refresh for them now. This is going to get them right back into the running. Just looking a bit desperate, but again, the firepower for King and Craze is so telling here. At Clicks and Rapid right now, positioned up for second height. Peterbot, Boyo, 8 eliminations and counting. They're just taking out anyone who's anyone in their way. They just have not stopped.
And you kind of seeing Land's Head in both of their inventories. They got the Mythic Pistol. If this team gets high ground or gets a position on the low ground, I'm definitely going to be scared for some of these teams. As Veno and Ager try to go for a sneaky play, but they get found out at the last second, denied that first opportunity, but they turn phase, they turn around, try to get another one, but both of those get stolen away.
Peterbot down.
2 more, and it's the reason why they're going to get dropped out. Peterbot will fall, and Boyo's now left by himself for only a couple of seconds before Craze finishes the job.
That was kind of wild because they actually closed the point gap as well. They were flying their way so high up, but now you have Veno Agers really starting to gap the competition as far as overall points are concerned. Meanwhile, you still have Higgs on high ground right now. I didn't really see his teammates, so we're going to have to assess the situation up top, but Agers and Veno are playing some strong Fortnite right now. And even though they don't have a lot of material count, they are putting up the numbers right here in the low ground. Higgs and Curve are both alive. Barely any mats though.
I think Veno and Agers are kind of playing more towards the format. They know with a Victory Royale punching a ticket to the Grand Finals, they're maybe trying to stay away from the chaos of team after team trying to send it towards the high ground. But Veno's going to get dropped. Agers going to get left by himself. I'm not too worried. We know what Agers is capable of. But Craze is going to go down again and again. We're seeing multiple games here where some of our top teams being left alive as solos. Luckily for Clicks, he finds that elimination. Third one of the game from a solo clutch in game 1 to dominating here in game 3.
This is really nice. The first time we're seeing them both enter into the top 10 together as well. Look at the synergy here. Double chugging back to the zone.
This Clicks game, maybe?
Has not stopped finding eliminations.
What do you think?
Our Elim leader, and for good reason. Here comes Clicks. Rapid versus Higgs and Curve for the high ground.
Dang.
Finish things up. Clicks gets his as well. And just like that, Clicks and Rapid are on the high ground.
Rapid, Clicks win.
Falls to the hands
Clicks
of
win.
Yeah, two potential teams going at it. It's Clicks and Rapid are going to be the last one stalling at the high ground. Agers is trying to heal up whatever he can, taking it step by step, knowing he's running out of build, so eventually it's going to get hard for him. Better than it actually is. QTE taking the elimination onto Skittles. A lot of our solos getting tossed and turned outside of the lobby. Top 5 here, Monster. Most of the placement points have already been granted, but
Here
now
we
we're
go.
to the meat and potatoes.
This is the game right
This
here.
game's over. You got Clicks on a low ground, final elimination. Still has a couple shockwaves as well. Off he goes. Rapid playing the edit course here just because he has so much material to do so. It's basically a 2v2 right here. There's still another opponent there. He's going to jump in. Clicks makes the edit. And just like that, they win the game with 11 eliminations there.
And new
Just
team,
hit height,
Clicks
didn't die
in
in one.
himself. It's a whole nother
W.
level of confidence being able to play with someone like Rapid, who is having a phenomenal
Needed that.
start to the
They
year.
played
We're gonna
great
see him
that
at
game.
EWC, and now we're going to see him in the FNCS
We
Grand
really have one
Finals.
kind of bad game.
Yeah.
First game's good.
Yo, Clicks
Second
moving a
game's
little different
good
right
idea,
now.
and the
Clicks,
third game was good.
okay. Dude, this is
He
the
got their win.
confident Clicks. This is the confident Clicks.
Damn,
that
I
I
had Clicks winning
miss
game
seeing.
4
This is
and
the Clicks
5,
that
bro.
would go out, do crazy things. I'm
I
sure
wanna
he's
see what
probably
Clicks
yelling,
says on his stream.
bang, going crazy right now, walking around, staring out the window, looking onto, you know, the city that shall not be named.
Why can't I hear this?
As soon as they formed, but it's been building up time and time that we've seen them. Whether that's been the Div Cups or during these scrims that we've been having over the last few weeks, they've been really building up this momentum. And this is the game that they finally get to solidify and show everyone that Clicks and Rapid are here to stay. They're here to go to the global championships.
Clicks tweet.
Because my gosh, what an incredible run.
Dang.
But he is
Height
Yeah,
at the
give up. Clicks
perfect
has
moment.
confidence
We
back a
know
bit.
how much
Like, they
Clicks
have
like to
taken the
steal
finals
height
back.
a little early. Many
They
seasons
played
ago,
great
right
that
with
game.
Vivid. So to see him wait patiently for this perfect moment to take it is exactly what I want to see.
Hey guys, I yelled back.
It's gonna be a little bit of a throwback, but this kind of
Okay,
reminds
that's
me
fine,
of the duo of Clicks and Miro from a long time ago, when they would kind of find these eliminations, and after they would kind of pick them up, then they would go for the high ground. And this is kind of exactly kind of the step-by-step process that we just saw from Clicks and Rapid right
Bro,
here.
Clicks
But
and Miro
also,
were
they
a
kind
team?
of pulled a little bit of a
That's
play
crazy.
out of what feels like last
Barra,
season's
TP-ed.
playbook, where, yeah, we would see these overdrive grenades kind of be used from the backside of the storm.
2 more games,
but what
Chet.
kind of facilitated those plays was actually
Yeah.
the
It's crazy,
Flowberry
too,
mist
like,
effect kind of
how
helping out with those
stacked
overdrive
these
grenades, but
games
obviously that's not in this season anymore, so that's kind of faded away. But they opt to go ahead and pull it out anyway, kind of
I feel like that was, like, a
completely
little bit of good
catch
practice.
Curve and
They
Higgs
actually got
off
some,
guard,
like,
and it worked out perfectly. They're gonna be taking
legitimately
out game
practice,
number
like
3.
legitimate practice.
now
It's
next
good, bro.
step, the finals. Again, this is a Clicks with confidence, and we hope it stays that way, right? Of course, we'll be talking about them in next weekend's finals, but
I'm
for
not
now,
watching it
a
full
quick
screen.
break. We're at the halfway point. 2 games left
You
to
saw
go. After a short
I
break,
wasn't watching it
take a
full
look at the
screen for some
standings.
reason.
See you in just a bit.
That was crazy. Go refill my water while we're on break.
Always on break, Zach.
I'm popping a magic.
Wow, this fucking so awesome, bro. I've never seen it before.
You got 6 builds? No, max up. Wait, if you're meant to play. 100! 100! Oh my god! No! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
Ball right here.
Welcome back to the FNCS Fortnite fan. Great to see all of you. We are now at the halfway point of the competition. 2 games left to go. Game 3 goes the way of Clicks and Rapid, so they're good. The next time we'll be seeing them is in next weekend's finals.
Zachary.
Now that we, of course, are at the halfway point, why don't we take a moment here to check out some stats. Let's check out the players in focus, powered by Milk. Let's take a look at some of these stat breakdowns of just the first 3 games. Of course, Kelly, Peterbot would have 2 of them.
Yeah, of course it's going to be damage dealt. And then solo clutch points. Peterbot, you know, it's not just that he has to prove to the rest of the lobby that his team's better. He also has to prove against Pollo that he is the better solo clutcher. But a Kingling up on top with 17 eliminations. You do love to see that.
Yep, without a doubt. I mean, it's incredible to see kind of Kingling towards the top of it as well. But listen, I mean, Peterbot on the back foot of him doing so good on those solo clutch points, doing so much damage dealt as well. I mean, these guys are still hanging around towards the top of the leaderboard. This game was probably their worst one yet. I mean, 17th place, but it's always the eliminations for these guys. Somehow, some way, they go down in 17th place, and I wasn't actually even aware of this when we were watching the game live. They had 10 eliminations this game, and they went down in 17th place. So the W key was being held down for sure. Kind of the strategy is starting to come into fruition here for the duo. I mentioned it going into game number 3. I was like, listen, the game plan is going to be clear for these guys. They want to play all 5
Still
games.
got a long break,
every
huh?
single one. They're going to play for the elims, and apparently they did just that in game number 3.
And I feel like we see this every single heats out of Peterbot and Pollo. They're not here to go for the win. No, they're here to let everyone know, hey, we're here. We can control the lobby. That doesn't mean necessarily that they're going to be going for height every game. No, if they want to go for lid, if low, if they want to go for mid, whatever they want, whatever practice that they want to get out of this, I think we will be seeing out of Peterbot and Pollo. And out of the points that they have already garnered themselves out of these games, I don't think that they really need to worry about showing up for the final 2. I think that they can kind of just keep doing what they're doing. I'm not saying that if Peterbot and Pollo decided this game, hey, we're gonna go win now, then they're gonna win. But I'm also not saying that.
not saying that. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? Like, I'm sure players in the lobby thought like, oh, dude, Peterbot and Pollo, we got him. And then, yeah, like Vivid said, you kind of go in, you're like, where were they at? Oh, 17th place, 10 eliminations, huh? They still pulled off the unthinkable, even in 17th place in that last game. Let's take a look at the standings, though. Where are we at? Rather, currently, again, if you're just tuning in, don't worry about those 3 1,000 placements. That just means they got a victory royale. They're good. So right now, Agers and Benno currently in that number 1 spot. You know, Kelly, their stats are looking so good, so incredibly consistent as
The
well.
Agers have been out
Eighth place, second
almost
place,
200
sixth place,
points.
5, 10, 5 eliminations. I'm really looking forward to see them and how they translate this to the finals lobby.
Now listen, the story, and I'm all about the story, that we have been building up all season is that it has been the Veno versus Peterbot. Now obviously Veno left the drop spot, and that has to give the point to Peterbot in the overall story. However, Veno is currently above Peterbot in points on the leaderboard. I would have to say, doesn't that overall put Veno and Agers as you know, the competitive powers that we're looking at right now? That's not just above them. They are 30 points ahead of Peterbot and Poyer right now, Vivid. I would have to give the edge to them.
Yeah, without a doubt, I mean, Agers and Veno are looking very, very good. I kind of mentioned it after the last game. The one thing that I was liking so far that I've seen out of Agers and Veno was that their ability to play multiple different play styles. Now, after game number 3, I mean, Agers did pick up a couple of solo clutch points there. But another thing that I've liked so far about the duo is that they're very committal in the sense that they're usually alive as a duo or they're down as a duo. It's either one. So they're kind of like all in as a duo. They don't necessarily rely on some of those solo clutch points that we've seen from some of our other teams here today. And I really favor that, especially.
You took me good today, bro. Alrighty.
Yo, what up?
About that victory royale here instead of saving it for the last game.
Nah, I'm here,
You
man.
kind of have to, you know, we've seen it time and time again already. I want to say the big names are performing right about how we expected. For everyone else now, they're going to have to pull the rabbit out the hat, right? We're going to have to see the magic tricks come out here because they are running out of time.
Yeah, and hopefully some of those teams, you know, you're on the bubble, you're on the line. Mistakes do happen. It's just about how you handle the pressure. Game 4 is here, so let's just jump right into it.
Yeah.
All right, let's
Woo.
kick things off, Jacob. We've
I'm
seen
ready
a lot
for
of
this,
action
man.
throughout the weekend here so far. The big boys clawing their way through. Clicks and Rapid, man. Talk about a performance of the weekend for them. You know, really clean, excellent job by them. But other teams that are already sort of punched their ticket through. Agers, Veno, Peterbot, Boyo, Kingling, Craze. They have so many points already massed up. You have to assume they're at the upper echelon of teams that don't have to worry now. They can start to do things like manipulate the rest of the lobby and really look to influence what the finals lobby is going to look like.
Yeah, it's something that we see every single one of these heat stages, but we saw a moment ago, Latte landing, one less team actually landing there. So with 3 POIs up for grabs, with 3 of those teams already in the grand finals, things are going to continue to change up. But one fight that will remain the same is Deja and Zeely winning the off-spawn fight, only with 21 points so far. So they have 2 thoughts in mind here. You play the game out as usual, get as many points so you have 2 win conditions in game 5, or you just fire away 2 different games, go for the victory royale, so that way you have less to worry about.
Yeah, I'm thinking what a fun stack could be like. It's like, what was the lowest like point team, kind of leaning into 4th game or 5th game to qual through on NA over the weekend, right? I believe at one point we saw a team with around 60 or so points pop up out of nowhere and take a game 4 win. So it really is possible for anyone. All you got to do is win those contested drops, though.
Wait a minute. You see this, right?
See the difference.
We're looking at the same thing, Veno and Age. And here's the thing. When everything happened with Shadow and Virgo not qualifying out of the heats, before Veno had marked a drop, it was this man right here. Kanata saw Shadow and Virgo. He said, I'm going there. Veno said he's going there. Kanata and Sphinx went back to their regular drop. So this could be a play out of Veno and Agers to take one less team out of their path, out of this lobby, and try to give them an easier road in the actual grand finals.
It's funny how that works out. We were just talking about Veno having the potential to do just that. You know, at one point, he could have looked to Peterbot's team, right, and tried to, you know, force them out of the game. But that ship has sailed, you know? Like, they already managed to get 160-plus points. So now Kanata's going to be really forced into an interesting spot. Take a look at the highlight here for Naves. Finds Sonetto on the outskirts. Sonetto was doing relatively okay as well, so really unfortunate for them to get their momentum slowed down, but just like that, they're forced to the last game. Any last thoughts, though, Jacob, about what Veno and Agers are doing here?
I just think it's, you know, we kind of thought one way, but maybe, you know, Veno and Agers just had something planned all along. I know Vivid was giving, you know, Veno's outlook of why he even contested Peterbot and Poyo simply for that off-spawn practice, and it worked out so far, kind of crushing Bucky and Cam over towards the Heatwave Harbor, which is now going to work out for them because you imagine maybe they're uncontested. So I think Veno and Agers might be playing the long game here with their spot probably already secured. They're looking forward to see how they can affect the actual grand finals lobby.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this is going to be a very telling opportunity now for Kanata. He can back up Dimsy for a second there, walks all the way up to the opponent and shoots him before he even realizes what's going on. A lurk got lurked on. A tough spot to be in here.
That's Kiffy. See him bounce around, trying to get the minis. They canceled it out. He's only going to be able to get one off. Nimsy and Allen just have full control right now on the back foot, knowing that they have a huge lead here. So they basically have options. Is the damage they got okay? They can disengage, kind of start to build up that momentum, and that does look like to be what they're going to do. They're going to let Kiffy, Yami disengage. Battlewood is just one of those POIs where there's so many buildings, so many twists, so many turns. You can easily start to get aggressed on if you just get caught off guard.
Let's take a look at Curb and Higgs here. Not quite the same boat as the Peterbots, the Boyos, the Venos, the Kings, but they're doing just fine for themselves. They're about an end game away from being very much solidified through. Their job's way more chill, right? Taking kind of this northern area all to themselves. Really no one here. I'm curious what their strategy has been actually to get their surge.
Ooh, Peterbot in a fight.
Boyo continue to fight the teams on the outside this time.
Oh,
Here,
dang.
but it's all
That
good.
was close.
Boyo comes to the rescue just in time.
Yeah, just kind of looking at the
You
one
saw that or nah?
elimination out of both of them. They probably kind of disrupted the fight. Maybe one of those eliminations got stolen away. There is a team on the outskirts towards the northeast, not too far away, so you can imagine how that is affecting things. But now Veno and Agers going from the top of the mountain, going after what looks like Dragon and Creon. Outside of the POI and any loot that could be there themselves, you got to imagine they're going after that mythic pistol weapon. You know, they're a team that does like to go for high ground at times. This could be the game where they set themselves up for a victory royale, and this could be the tools that they're looking for.
Very nicely done here. Again, they're still in the hunt right now. You saw Kanata's nameplate in the distance there. But Veno's just finding himself kind of getting back to his, I feel like his fragging ways.
Dang,
you
Veno
know?
going crazy right now in this fight, trying to get the skill.
Everyone counted out and forgot about what he was capable of.
Big Venom showing up here on NA.
Ooh, Aegis get hit
He's
hard.
Really managed to find his way into the playstyle very nicely. Venom didn't charge here though. They got the knock. Nice job with the follow-up there, and then the finish. Just like that, they get themselves 2 more eliminations. They secure the Mythic Pistol, and this is a massive upgrade to their loadout.
Yeah. May not have gone how they thought it would go in terms of the amount of damage they took themselves, but that plan overall is 100% successful. They got what they were looking for. Kyrie getting lurked on. He spots it at the last second. A couple of quick shots there to try to slow things down, but he himself takes about 85 or so damage. Shield is there and gives an opportunity to look up. He sees another team lurking in the distance, and now they're toying with the amount of options they have. You can fight the team down below, or you can try to wait and see where this one goes. Let them make a mistake.
Yeah, Unreal Yana playing the ultimate low ground. Echo trying to play for a little bit of positioning at the top, posturing up here. Loses the wall, gets a ramp placed behind him, unfortunately forced to a bit of a weird position there. Just like that, all the resets come through. Here comes a teammate going box to box.
He's gonna slow down here just a little bit. You can see not a lot of shields left over. Run really an Echo. Not sure the chances of them being able to run into a mending machine just yet. Usually kind of pick that one up throughout the course of their journey. Just gonna have a few speed bumps in the road, but I feel like it's nothing that they can't handle at this stage in the game. So jump on board and continue to look around some of the teams around the map. 83 points right now for Scoodle and Kyan, which is kind of like on the line. And there is a little bit of a gap between where they're at on the leaderboard, 83 points coming into this game, to the next team down, which is Cyclops and Light on 69 points. So if they can keep that gap intact, that'll definitely be looking good. But Echo has just lost his teammate. They get caught slipping here.
Yeah, definitely a tough position. Both of these teams are both in the same point lead as well, so very much met with an even threat, but Echo is going to be the first to take the casualty. Jit playing the side angle. Love to see it. Little split from the middles there. You can see how much it's cost them, but now that they're down the middle, you really do want to finish this up ASAP. Not burn through your precious material. I think they're kind of feeling the same here. They've actually lost track of where this last play was.
And this is one of those things, like, you can continue to try to break some of these builds, look on the inside, but it comes at a risk of its own. You know, you can catch you off guard, hit a nice pump shotgun, switch to the pistol, finish off with a knock. So I don't think they're going to go ahead and take that risk. Take that small victories and continue to run with it. 2 games left, chances certainly running out. See, Aegis again, it almost feels like they're just going to every POI. They're the masters, they're the trolls, and you got to pay the troll toll to cross their bridge.
Gets to jump back in with Venom and Aegis. I actually want the update from Kanata. Where did he go? Did he get his reboot is the real question. Because we already knew that his game plan was pretty straightforward, you know? But as he's jumping back onto Kiffy here. A wall take there, doesn't quite get it. Kiffy was fast enough to respond.
Danger's poking in on the other side. Trying to get something to sneak through. Not necessary bulldozing in just yet. They're inside the battle woods. The potential for so many teams to be in the distance, whether in the buildings or surge bases of their own, are going to be relatively high. As Aegis continues to watch one angle, Veno closes out options on the other, getting control of that mending machine. They're already stacked up outside of materials, so I'm not sure what more they can be after.
It's a great stat to highlight what Aegis is capable of. The amount of damage he puts out. Again, very quiet player
But
when it
the
comes
lurk
to his
plays
social
right now.
presence, but the professional player scene knows. If you know ball, you know exactly who Aegis is and what he's capable of. So many accolades under his belt. Either way though, Yami and Kiffy continue to entertain the fight here for the mending machine. Aegis and Veno, I think, have done enough. Meanwhile, going to the high ground. I was curious as to how Higgs and Curve were managing to kind of sustain their damage output. But they seem to just wait for opportunities to come their way, playing the general launch pad.
Especially since they are on the north side of the map. I think in that incredible rotation, we did see Reed attempt to go ahead and rotate from Wonky Land all the way to over here. So you're seeing
Oh, Peter about lurking.
the outskirts, the teams that either in desperation mode to dodge fights, or just simply just go around the map. As Peterbot Pollo going for a lurk. They're going to go ahead and shockwave up, force that player down into the palm of Pollo's hands, continuing to go on this chase. It's a situation we've seen far too often. Over-aggression lead to the downfall of one of them two, forced to pick each other back on up. But luckily for them and that team down below, they're going to be able to skirt their way out to safety.
It's actually scary how fast they have the ability to take the walls, make the edits, and just be flawless. Their ability to navigate through the builds like that. Take a look at how things worked out for Kiffy, though. You saw Veno, Agers kind of messing with the beehive here. Kiffy finds a nice little shot onto Agers, then wraps him up. Gets the full finish as well. This is a minor setback now.
Nada going for the res.
Taste of his own medicine here as he is now left by himself. I wanted the update from Kanata. We're getting it here. He's in the storm and gets his pickup. Playing the long game there. Now they have Sphinx back in the game, but are they too far behind to turn this round into any points?
Yeah, they're already in the 4th zone. Still in 1-tick territory. We're going to go to the 5th and then the 6th, so definitely on a clock to try to figure out what type of loadout they can lead with. This Veno lurking around by himself. You see he finds that elimination on the Pure. If he eventually does get the reboot like we're looking like here, they might have a body of loot that Agers can quickly try to grab back on up. And you ask so many times, Curve, Higgs, how are they getting their surge? It's just these high mountain ranges, these tops, and all these teams lurking around for scraps.
Definitely, you see a duo right there kind of lurking nearby, trying to find the shots onto Agers. As he comes in, everyone focuses on him, but gets away untouched. Tragic and Bolo still controlling the machine here. Plenty of heals for them to work with as well.
Not a bad situation. And that's the thing about, you know, Veno Agers. You could put Pete and Pollo in that category. You can, quite frankly, put a few of our top teams in that category. Just because they go down, they get rebooted, and, you know, they have some troubles in that game, doesn't mean it changes their game plan any bit, especially since they know they have one more game. If they don't qualify here in terms of consistency, they could easily do it in the next game, if not pop off and get an actual win. So that's why you're seeing a different type of looseness than you would see in an actual Grand Finals lobby with 12 games, everything on the line. Storm Surge reappears again, 300 above for Cynics and Cirque. That's going to be okay for this zone, but they need to continue to accumulate that damage so it becomes less and less of a worry as the game continues.
That's right, saw King and Craze find some elims there as well. We get to jump in with how things are happening on the other side of the map.
This team's been doing great today. Picking up another kill too.
Couple taps and just like that, a few headshots put him away. That's going to put them up to 4. You know, they might be finding these nice, clean, quick elims here, but come Grand Finals, I want to see what they can do.
Pete down, man.
Increased competition.
Oh, they're so far below Surge. Holy.
Pretty tough spot for them to be in.
Yeah. And this is the type of gameplay, kind of exactly what I was talking about. We get to see how Peterbot got eliminated. They're below 300, underneath the damage threshold. Even with all the resources in the world, that's the one thing you really have to fight for, and that puts Pollo on the back foot. And again, all of these early game fights, especially the ones that are stalled out, they're not as clean as you would think. So Peterbot and Pollo have taken a ton of damage in this game, and now Pollo is kind of left alone to deal with it himself.
I was going to say 400 below. You know, at this point, we get to see if he's got the masterclass on how to actually put up that absurd amount of damage. How good do you have to be?
Kanata's got solo clutch now.
And find 400 points worth of damage. It's pretty tough. Kingaling and Craze on the other side don't have that issue at all. For Kanata, he's already Sphinx once again.
Peterbot and Pollo are out now. Both of them are eliminated. I mean, they clawed easily, but
Kanata's got a little bit lucky with that team fall in there. Those players there being his immediate competition as far as that damage surge requirement needed.
Very, very risky for Kanata to use the porta potty to get on out. Has
Veno's
no idea
getting...
who might be up above as we tune in, though.
Oh, Veno's going to go down, I think.
Pollo has fallen. Agers is down. Veno finds himself below the damage threshold, even though he does have med kits, chug chugs, and a whole arsenal to try to get that damage back. Eventually, Storm Surge will turn on and put him officially on the clock. Just like Kanata on the other side, 351. Almost essentially 2 full eliminations worth of damage is going to be needed by Kanata.
Yeah, Veno's super confused. The team shot right above him. It was just a solo, but either way. He was probably wondering, how did he know he was there? He's got a moment to work with. Kanata getting pressure by the lobby. Can't afford to get tapped, but he's moving something special here. Into a base he goes, and Kanata crushes one player, but couldn't get the follow-up. There was a fresh duo underneath, but Plan Veno succeeds here because they don't earn any placement points. Veno does it by himself here. He finds
Veno,
two.
they quad
he's just showing
easily.
you
It's
how
just
it's
that
done.
they just playing the games.
Giving me deja vu
Wow.
of Major 1. He came to this region and literally in his first FNCS drops the most eliminations out of every individual in the lobby, taking first place along with Curve. And now he's showing why he is one of the best players in all the land, not just one region. Doing it again here. It's just the heat stages, just qualifying, but sometimes you got to put your foot down one way or another, and Veno is doing just that. But without Peterbot and Poyo, without Agers in the lobby, this could be a moment for a team like Craze and King to finally pop off and win the game.
Most definitely, most definitely. But look at this, Veno finds another shield crack onto Zeely, runs up on another team as well, and he's just trying to catch another 2v1.
Dang,
for
Veno's
himself.
still getting
That's
kills
why
out
not at
here.
this point. That's a
7
refresh for the
kills is
Shockwaves. He's back up
insane.
to 6 and a fresh chug. This is so much arsenal for him to work with. He surely can make the end game look nice and easy now.
Yeah, immediately you see him stay off that low layer as a solo. That's one of the easiest ways to kind of get trapped and caught out, as he immediately returns back to form here. He said 7 eliminations. I believe King and Craze just trying to go toe-to-toe for that one. Coming into this game, Veno and Agers were in first place. King and Craze were in second place on 178 points. We could see a new first place team after this game for sure, but Devade right now and Pessy needing a decent opportunity here. They're going to be on the high ground, and I think the only thing that they got that's not working in their favor is a max pool.
Yeah, definitely here. Just a singular shockwave as well, so they're gonna have to be really smart with the way they utilize this going forward. Storm Surge is once again active, putting pressure on a few teams in the lobby, but King and Craze have nothing to worry about. They're just marching their way through anyone that wants to play the front side of the rotate, because they have the time, the luxury to go ahead and take these fights on their terms. They do
Tingling,
very
man.
well when you allow them to initiate.
Yeah, they're just immediately staying on it. And these situations are dangerous. It's so easy to get third party in their back, but they are so confident. Their 7th elimination, 1100 above the damage threshold. It goes to show a lot of these fights are ending so quickly, they're not taking too much damage as Veno continues to go off. From 7 eliminations last time we saw him to 9 eliminations.
Dude,
as
Veno
a
is
solo,
just
almost looking
going
at double
crazy.
digits as he just wipes the shielded HP off of Ozone.
Absolute menace. Not only him, but Craze and King of Ling as well. Another 2 eliminations for them here, bringing them up to 8. They find Devade and Pessy here on the box next door. They thought about jumping in there, but instead go to cut them off with the low ground rotate. Meanwhile, Veno's the one firing back shots here. They just can't get enough of each other in this game here. Comes the shockwaves through. That's the last of it for King and Craze as they opt to play the ultimate low.
This could be their chance right now to take first place. Veno was just eliminated out of this game by Boji. But I say that, and King just immediately gets targeted off into the distance. Golden, Ozone, Higgs, Curve, all looking their direction, trying to slow down such an incredible run they have been on. But Higgs and Curve, 150 points. If you take any of the 2 heats so far, they are not yet qualified for the grand finals with those points.
Yeah, kind of crazy, right? Considering how much endgame they've made. So not a lot of eliminations by any means, but definitely some big endgame placement points being earned. Meanwhile, Craze has lost King, but he's not being stopped from fighting teams. Playing so aggressively, pushes one back, forces the other off. He can't afford to touch the zone, and in the end, he does go down. High ground still held by Fleur and Regular, who have about 45 points right now. So this is the game win that they need to solidify their finals run.
Yeah, especially since a lot of the tough competition on top of the leaderboard, either in shambles or eliminated. And this could be their chance, especially with only 2 games left. But more and more teams are starting to look up. Regular is going to be the new team on the high ground. Max and Smiley are trying to chop him down. That's forcing him in the zone. 10 tick per second. He overstays his welcome. And now he's going to have to dig deep in his heal off. His second win condition is going to be forced out here in order for him to just stay alive.
You saw he almost choked for an opportunity there. He almost canceled the med kit, and Smiley now recognized that this team kind of loosened up their guard for a moment there. They fight for high ground. Smiley now takes full control here. They end up knocking one of the 2 players left by himself. He's probably not going to be able to get the pickup here. just like that, a new team's on height. This team can still qual through consistency, but why do that when you can fight for the win here?
Yeah, just take it. Run away with it. Higgs and Curve still up though, 174. Pessy's gonna be down
Higgs goes
below,
down.
trying to go ahead and survive. He's at least able to get the knock onto one before eventually going down to a whole nother player. Curve wasn't even the one to get the elimination, and you see him needing it bad. He did not get the siphon, only 10 left on the Chug Jug, and a lot of his builds going right out the window.
Bro, this game's
Spear
crazy.
cast,
There's a
trying
lot
to
of
do just that. They were the ones
no, all the big
taking
names
Peter
kind of
Von
died
Boyle's
this
time,
game.
throwing it out the window. They survive their 4th elimination, make it 5 as he goes back to back. He just cleans house before going down.
Nicely done, though. A top 5 for him there, really fighting for it. Meanwhile, Smiley out of material count here. Shockwaves is up to natural high ground. They need to take the time here to refarm just a little bit. We all know materials definitely wins games. Curve, though, on the low ground, just trying to buy himself some time.
Curve's solo clutching a little bit.
He's only got 10, but better than nothing at this point. 2 builds left. Meanwhile, Ozone, Golden, out of nowhere, had managed to survive the onslaught of the lobby. They were so far behind. Now they're finding themselves kind of in the race here.
Yeah.
Curve might be the reason they can win, though, because the high ground team, we already know, doesn't have a lot of builds.
Yeah, I'm wondering if anybody even took advantage of the mending machine. As Curve gets a big elimination.
I think
on
Curve and
Alex.
Higgs win
He
this
missed
game.
out on that first
If
opportunity
they
at the
win this
siphon,
game,
but
it
he
won't
will
throw
not
off qual
miss
as
out
much as
twice.
some of
As
these
you
other
said, he does
teams.
not get the Chug Jug, only gets the builds, and those are instantly being burned through.
Curve's dead,
Quickly hits
though.
the 180 shot before finally going down. That's Max and Smiley again. They were the ones that fought for the high ground, and they're hoping this could be the recipe for their success.
Definitely. Smiley's already down, though. He might be giving
Dude,
the
these guys have a lot of
Ozone,
Elans.
Golden looking for it. They break the builds here. Ozone's
Oh,
playing the
that's
storm. He's a
rough,
little bit
though.
off guard. Nicely done for him. They get the 2, and now it's a 2v1. Dimsy's in the storm healing. Ozone and Golden have so many seconds to play with, but he's got the mending machine.
What's the gold like? That's the biggest question. Ozone Golden, they have more than enough. He has the Chug Jug in the back pocket. The patch up is going to come in. If he can buy the med kits, yes, that will be a lot cheaper. Back-to-back patch ups, that could be the difference. Wasting gold on those situations could be the reason why he might not win. But Golden on the other side, multiple med kits in his inventory, and it's going to
One
be
more game
enough.
left.
Golden and Ozone, a familiar face. Welcome to the grand finals.
Hey, listen, and they deserve to be there. One of the few teams to fight their ways to globals as well. You saw what they were capable from land to now. They are slowly and
Cooper,
surely showing us they are improving as a duo here. Well, the Victor Royale now, Zeke, is going to go to Golden and Ozone.
Fortnite fam, I can't even believe this has happened. I want to give you some insight really quickly. Obviously, you know, we're telling a story here. We're following along with you, following on the leaderboard. We're building kind of what we're seeing. And during the break, we were like, man, you know, the one team we talked about, we haven't seen a lot of, it's Golden Ozone. Okay, well, where are they at?
One more game left.
Oh man, they really need to have these like really killer last 2 games. Like we really hope that they make it through. And of course, Kelly, it always happens like this. Huh? It's like the moment we're kind of talking about someone off screen, it's like, man, we really hope they do well. They just come out and get
And then we got a little bit of a break until 6 o'clock, until West
place
starts.
Doesn't matter when you could just get a win and secure a spot in finals.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a bummer as far as games 1, 2, and 3 are concerned. We really weren't able to get too much of a highlight, too much of an understanding of what exactly was going on. Where was the fault in their plan? But obviously, we've seen the success from them out of the Div Cups, getting 2nd and 4th place. We've seen the success from them from the Summit Land. So we knew that maybe it was just a matter of time. Maybe they needed to get their footing. As we always say during heats, this isn't the normal set lobbies that these top teams are used to. So maybe working out just kind of the little issues with their start, but figuring that out, you can see just how low their points were right here. Sticking to the low ground, they weren't going for anything flashy. They weren't going for a high elimination game. They were just playing some standard Fortnite.
Helos have been far and few between this season. Super difficult for anybody to kind of play for it because you do use so many of your mats on some of these rotates with just having those overdrive grenades available and not something to kind of send you further. But Golden and Ozone were still kind of prepared for it. They were still ready to play against. So we saw they had 4 med kits available. They didn't need all 4 because eventually Storm 6 has played a part, but Golden and Ozone being prepared for heal off, even though we have not seen many throughout this season. Congrats to those guys. They played around the win, played it perfectly.
You know what's crazy as well?
If
we
love
just
healing
I'm not gonna
those.
see what the points are. We're gonna see that after this break. But if we look at the points, that 104 point game, like total that they got, would have actually put them inside the bubble. That's why we say a single game can change the entire leaderboard for every single duel playing. That's why you can't give up and you just have to keep on fighting until the end. Okay, like I said, a break. Well, one more game to go. When we come back, take a look at the leaderboard. We'll set up all the crazy things that could happen, and then we'll get ourselves ready to find out who's gonna get that last VR and make it into the top 10. Stress is through the roof. We'll see you after this break. Oh no, I'm stressed.
No, I didn't say anything. Nah. I wasn't paying attention. Can't wait. Let's see how this last game goes.
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
Bro, I can't wait for this last game. Man, I'm looking forward to see how Lacey does. I'm so confused what you just said. Say it one more time. Maybe.
Welcome back to the FNCS Stress. Oh, I mean, sorry, Fortnite. I'm stressed. That's me right now. One game left to go before we wrap up heat number 3 and start to get a more complete picture of who will be making it on to finals next weekend. Game number 4 goes over to Golden and Ozone. They were in 29th place. They needed to have some insane games, and they just decide, Zeke, it's fine. We had a victory out in our back pocket the whole time. Congrats to them. Now, we got to start taking a look at this leaderboard, Kelly. We got 3.5 minutes to kind of set up what is all going into this final game. Obviously, we want to give a big nod to Venno in that last game. Kind of put in a situation where he has to solo clutch. And Kelly, he goes on the solo clutch of his life.
I mean, to just see how many points they have right now. I'm looking to the other heats to just see what was the most amount of points we had. Maybe 240 points, 238 points out of 20 in Champ. And to see Venno being able to carry his team, being able to get this many points without even being able to get a victory royale, that means that he's able to make it to the end game and get a bunch of eliminations every single time. Venno and AJ bring out that double fragger that everyone's been talking about at the start of this year, the new dynamic of duos that we expect to be at the top. And to just see how dominant Venno's been, I can expect that we're going to see this dominance continue in the grand finals.
Yeah, I love being proved wrong. Remember how last game I was like, yeah, Veno and Aegis, they seem to be all in as a duo. You know what I mean? If one goes down, they both go down. And Veno's like, nah. I can still solo clutch. Aegis can still solo clutch as well. An incredible run out of Veno right here. I mean, 9 eliminations as just by himself is absolutely incredible. They've been the most consistent team without a doubt throughout the day.
And that's why he is a 5-time champion. We got to turn the page too, though. Let's start talking about the bubble. So remember last time I said Golden Ozone, even if they didn't win that game, they actually have 104 points. The bubble right now is Kanata and Sphinx. Kelly Link, listen to me right now, Kelly Link.
No.
Kanata has never missed a finals of FNCS, okay? He is on the bubble right now. This is a dangerous game, a fine line we are walking right now, Kelly Link. If he doesn't make finals, I won't be here. I'm not showing up to work. I can't do
listen,
it.
Now the extra pressure Kanata and Sphinx to not only qualify to the grand finals, but to also make sure that Zeke shows up is placed upon your shoulders. Go, everyone, add Zeke and Miss Prime to blame him if they don't qualify through. But anyway, it's Kanata, it's Sphinx. You think that if anyone's gonna be able to clutch up, it's gotta be this duo right here. Kanata has proven himself to be so smart, so innovative when it comes to the meta not fitting to what he wants. And yes, maybe they're in 15th place right now, but Vivid, they got one more game. They got a chance. It's gotta be this, right? Kanata and Sphinx have to go through.
They've got anything going for them right now. Instead, of course, they have the experience on their side. But that point threshold is very, very low. I mean, 15th place right now is 100 points. I think over the course of like Heat 1 and Heat 2, we were around about 150. So, I mean, you got to imagine it might end up being like 130, maybe even lower than that. So they might not need that big of a game, but they are going to need a big game to absolutely and without a doubt secure it. I mean, 30 FNCS finals in a row for Kanata, including all those LAN appearances. Surely it doesn't end now. I mean, obviously you would still have Tuesday as a last chance, but
yeah,
it's gotta make it through Heat.
Yeah, look, this is Kanata, right? We just have to believe right here, right now, he can make something happen. We just had a pretty disastrous game last game where we have to reboot and all this stuff kind of unfolds and went wrong. We have to hope that they've managed to keep their mentals intact and they could just come in, do what needs to be done to secure a spot to next weekend finals. But that's the case for every other duo here, either in the bubble or sitting outside the bubble. And don't forget, a Victory Royale auto qualifies you to next weekend finals. If someone in that top 10 gets a VR, we're going to have a crazy final leaderboard. So for now, gear up, Fortnite fan. The last game of Heat starts right now. Casters, take it away.
Yeah, the pressure's on Kanata here. We saw the pressure on Golden and Ozone as well, who were very far off qualifying, and then they pulled the win, Jacob. So anything is possible when you're one of the best.
No, it definitely kind of leaves those nerves at attention here that, you know, you can either have a Victory Royale, hopefully one of those teams above you kind of loosen it up. As it's looking right now, it seems like we might have the lowest point total for a Heat so far of 2026. I don't know, things could change, but that's just what it's looking right now. So Kanata and Sphinx, they have a little bit of a blessing going their way.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I didn't think that it was going to be lower today. We did mention there's always that chance of randomness, but here we have it. Game number 5 is ready.
When you look back at our game winners, Booga, Braids, Reet and Cooper, Clicks and Rapid, and then of course Golden and Ozone. Monster, those are 4 teams you could definitely see inside of the top 10. So I think this Heat was kind of destined for this type of finish, to where we were talking about in the beginning of the day, 3 points is the difference from last Heat's average to this Heat's average. We've seen 1 point play the difference between winning a championship, let alone qualifying for the grand finals, and it all comes down to this.
Yeah, in the end, the law of averages will work itself out. So we're going to see how it ends up playing out here. You know, coming into this game again,
Let's game.
We didn't expect Veno to even, you know, make the pivot of a play last
Yeah,
week.
he needs a good game here.
Found one of the 2 players this time.
He's at risk of not qualifying for the first time in his career.
They're going to expect the unexpected, and they only need a few points. So I'm curious if they had a backup plan or backup strategy, or if they're just going to tighten up their drop. Right now, Veno is going to lose to Dragon, though, in the feed there. So you can see that already they're trying to, you know, again, land nearby and be the difference maker.
Veno's down.
Yeah, we saw them go for this Mythic Pistol in that last game. Obviously, it was a little bit later on where they kind of had full loadouts and to jump on their opponents. This time, they're just taking the draw
They
straight
ran
out
with
of the
the
gates.
Mythic
You
Pistol.
almost got to give a team like Dragon and Korean a little bit of advantage. They have been landing here, and they're playing with a lot on the line as well. We were talking about Kanan and Sphinx at 100.
They're trying to
Korean and
help
Dragon
certain
at
teams.
108
Apparently,
points.
they're
If
trying
they
to
were
help
get taken down
Queasy.
off spawn, they have to sit and watch their actual spot go by.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that because, you know, we were talking about how, like, Queasy and Victor V like to play for this drop. You know, what happens if you have someone like Creon
Veno
push through, right? And then
50-50'd
they all of a
this.
sudden determine or decide for themselves, hey, we like this drop. Well, we'll just have to play it out. There you see Veno falling, though. Kanata Sphinx on the other side. Still at the latte, still playing their general route, but this time hip to hip here. Not veering too far off, not looking to venture somewhere that they can't support one another.
Yeah, just going to leave no chances.
No
They're
idea.
not going to take too many risks, probably, unless they have to in this situation. So we're going to see a lot of hip-to-hip out of Kanata and Sphinx, which could work out to them, because maybe, you know, another team jumps on them, or they're in a situation where they spot a solo out, but Vibe's going to be chilling on top of that mountain. I'm not necessarily sure he's going to go straight for an elimination, but any damage can put Kanata and Sphinx in a little bit of a hole. As Hunting Mako seems to have a good advantage here in their fight. They already got that one elimination.
I don't know.
And a little bit of elevation over
I don't
Sealy.
know how exactly it works. You see, Peterbot's coach for this tournament.
The coast here. Hunty's gonna be the first to fall.
You see who's
though.
coaching
Zeely
Peterbot
ends
today?
attaching him. And then the follow-up.
Accidents in
Okay,
their
so a
Discord
little
call
revenge
coaching
here.
them.
For a second there, I thought he took his hands off his keyboard.
He's showing their screen share too on his
Oh,
stream.
just pressing the clip button. Well played for him.
It's not something that happens every day. He hit him with a quick cutback too. Like he thought I was got sight. Gets that elimination. That's got to be a big confidence boost. They're in a situation where they need a victory royale if they want to go ahead and advance to the grand finals, dodge that last chance qualifier. I think anything is possible, especially with the way some of our top teams have been playing. Just going straight for eliminations, not necessarily worried about going down. And this is where you see a little bit of a difference this time around. Poyo with the Warforged AR. Peterbot's going to go ahead and grab the other one. Maybe they switch back there, but obviously you can see the tricks that they have up their sleeve. We know throughout the course of the game, they're going to look to get aggressive. It's just a matter of who they're going to fight and what dreams they're going to crush.
Yeah, in last game they found themselves below the surge. We knew it was likely to happen after Peterbot was taking so much of that damage. Just really unlikely as far as how things worked out. But take a look at this. Bucky and Cam making the early rotate here as well, trying to get themselves situated for endgame 2. And they're falling into the hands of players like Gutterleaf, who will happily welcome anyone who wants to rotate by them.
Yep, free damage, free surge. They just continue to look down from above. Very, very similar spots over here where teams are just lurking around these mending machines, that underground tunnel. Now Peterbot and Poyo look to get offensive, and they're just narrowly going to be able to escape that porta potty teleporter. Push them down below, but at least to give them all the real estate up above to take control, use these mending machines, and just kind of rotate on to the next one. They're not going to sit idly by for too long. It's a team that I feel like just gets bored playing Fortnite, so they just key everybody.
Yeah, definitely an interesting play here, right? Like, they're trying to figure out what makes the most sense for them. I think, to me, this is more like prep for finals, you know, the way they've rotated towards...
This is a big fight.
Definitely seems pretty intentional right now. Curve on the other side, though. Finds a team. They already have 2 Elangs, by the way.
Big fight right here.
This one almost leaves me scratching my head just a little bit. We were literally talking about Dragon and Creon. Yes,
Agers is right
108
there.
points, maybe 111, because they did get that elimination onto Veno.
Oh.
And they lurk all the way to the side. They were
Curve just
looking
walked
for
right over him.
Agers. They chased Agers into their own demise. Now Curve and Higgs are here. Both teams essentially qualified to the grand finals already, but they can definitely play spoiler to what Agers has going on.
Agers has a man kick. Curve is like, dude, we know there was someone here. He's going to check for it. He checks the code. You can see inside the code, of course. Goes for the right camera peek. Agers barely misses that one, and off he goes. What a way for this one to turn around. Curve Higgs fired up.
Ooh, Agers goes down.
Gets caught out there. Well played. He did try. They did try, but it's Creon and Dragon in the end who end up really taking the bulk of the L here.
chasing away that elimination. Obviously going to wait for confirmation, but starting the game at 108 plus the 3 points per elimination. We know where they stand on the leaderboard. So I feel like they're hoping and praying one of the teams above them on that leaderboard wins the game, alleviates the pressure at the bottom of the consistency teams that will get granted a spot in.
Bro, that's like all the way across the country,
this
man.
one's said and done. Cash and Spear, another team that actually has a few moments throughout the course of today where you kind of look at them, it's like these guys, you know, can fight with the best. They held off Peterbot and Pollo for quite some time and even forced them to disengage from the actual fight. And they could just have one decent game. They don't even need anything phenomenal, but just one decent game. They could be one of the newest teams here in the grand finals.
Yep, just got to touch the backboard. That's all they got to do. Boy, yo,
Peterbot fighting.
already swapped up the loadouts here. You saw the SMG exchange, so Peterbot back with the Warforged AR. Losing to Minty, though, in Autumn here. Again, Peterbot getting shot more than we see him take damage often. Started off really strong. Boyo comes back around there. Give me a second. Finish this one up pretty quickly there. Where was Autumn that entire time, by the way? Minty's just up there boxing with the best. Autumn's down at the bottom. Oh no. His teammate surely is going to be yapping about this one.
Wow.
What? Whoa, wait a second. A monstrous shot. Shuts down Boyo. Peterbot's in a 1v1 now.
Yeah, this is going to be a moment he's definitely going to remember. That wasn't just a shot. Like you said, a monster shot where the builds are breaking, but Pete is Pete. Goes back up, returns to the scenic ground to finish his
he's going to
job.
go for the
Boyo drops
res.
down below. Typically, you could go over to the reboot van, but that's just going to make way too much noise. So great heads to play by Pollo. Just waiting for Peterbot to finish that fight, get their 4th elimination, and kind of rise up the leaderboard. They do have a legitimate chance to take first. They do have a little bit of a gap to overcome. With Adrian and Venno no longer in this game, that's the first place team out of action.
Yeah, I like how there was like probably an argument between Autumn and his teammate, and then he draws Boyo. I'm like, hey, he redeemed himself. Couldn't quite come through in the end. Pessy and Deveda this entire time. Remember, they were the team that was chased down the zip line, came back as well, just listening, kind of hearing this all go down. This is Peterbot and Boyo just taking control of that machine, by the way.
Yeah, just kind of leaving nothing behind. Going right back on up. He's going to get a good vantage view up above. Seeing what scraps of loot they can have.
No
to
idea.
Finish off their loadout. Kind of go from there.
Yeah, but I'm not listening, I'm watching the Fortnite broadcast, but listening to the audio of Clix's stream.
Higgs and Curve. Almost named their duo name there, but Dimsy with a big shot onto Higgs to slow him down. He needs
I
the siphon for the
don't know
HP.
how
Shield's
YouTube
not
is about
necessarily
watching
going to
other
be a worry
people's
here.
streams
And with
on
Curve
there
popping
on
that chug
YouTube,
jump,
you know,
that's
so
gonna
I'm
give him
not
a
risking
little bit
it.
of time to try to get the shield off, but he trades shots, doesn't get the shield on back, and goes down. Dimsy and Allen will fall, and will have to play through the LCQ.
Curve is so smart. You saw there, just cones in, just like, nope, I'm just gonna chill. Zone's done enough for you. Either way, clutches it up. Look at this play. Look at this. Talk about having fun. This is how they have fun here. Just fool sends another team just hiding in the big metal base. No problem.
Just gotta see what they can get away with here. Nobody really even looking in their direction. The third party Boyle gets one. Stack them up, knock them down. 6 eliminations here in counting. You see 2 teams at Sanctuary, 2 teams on the west side. And again, nobody even lurking in this direction. I think they kind of see the feed and realize it's Peterbot and Pollo, and that is one bear you do not want to poke.
Let's take a look at it from Boyo's perspective the entire way through. Oh yeah, he literally leads that entire elimination right there. Catches the nice angles. Off to the next fight they go. You know, I was thinking about, like, hey, if you were on the standings and you were, like, in the low 100 team point range, like, you would literally need all your competition to get dropped. And the way Peterbot is playing right now, he's probably the blessing in disguise for those that are struggling today.
That Warforged AR strikes in camp. This is just madness right now. Seconds in the box is all it takes to get another couple of eliminations. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. This might be just one of those games to where if you don't have points and you're on the line, where I was talking about some of the teams before where you don't need to win, you just need to do the bare minimum. This might be that game. This honestly looks like my trip in Division 2 when the Central players kind of come over to West, they W key the lobby. I just hide in a cone, let them do the heavy lifting.
Hopefully,
and I think that's
man.
the approach
Holy,
some of
wouldn't
these
that be
teams might be
crazy?
taking.
Yeah, definitely. Look, 30 teams remaining right now.
I don't
by
think I can
far
get any worse.
Thinnest lobby of the weekend here. Go figure. It's the most stacked one, right? You have the upper heavyweight players in the lobby here. And then you got just Peterbot, Boyo in the mix. Dominating. Pushing through all these poor players. Just trying to figure it out. Just trying to make it work. For some, it's their first finals opportunity. For others, they've kind of shared their way into those set lobbies time. Few in between.
Ooh, that's a big shot by Centro to slow Poyo down for a moment. But then you remember it's a full duo in the box. 10 eliminations here so far. And just to kind of reference, they had the most eliminations in the play-in, 280. They had 10 plus eliminations game. They already have one. They had 6 20 plus eliminations game, and I feel like that's the next goal that they're after.
It's actually working out really well for Kanata and Sphinx. They're already in the new zone. No surge to worry about. They've kind of kept a low profile because they wanted and had to the entire time, right? They need those points. They want to push
Come on,
through. You
Kanata.
got Peterbot, Boyo thinning out the lobby. You have King and
Facts.
Craze thinning out the lobby. Like, this is perfect for them.
Especially since they're already inside of the zone. Few teams still might come from that western and southern edge overall, but since they're already positioned there, full boxed up with some extra space, little to nothing to worry about. Very, very similar to Higgs and Curve here, which aren't too far away from where Kanata and Sphinx are actually at. They've already made their moves early, 7 eliminations, so not necessarily a worry as you see King and Craze continuing to go on the frenzy. That's their first elimination of this game, and it already looks like they're going to lock up number 2 here, eliminating that full duo from the lobby.
That was nicely done too. They did that while rotating their way to the new zone, so it's not even like they're like intentionally looking for the W key there. That one just landed for them. Peterbot, Boyo chasing right now. Who did they find? They just see a solo and they're just gunning their way outside the storm line there.
Monster, you ask, you shall receive. Who did he find? Kugo. At
Yeah,
least
okay.
it's just a knock. At least it's just a knock, and Castle is still alive. So their dreams
Good one.
aren't over just yet. Definitely have taken a turn, especially since we are in the 5th zone. It's already a 2-tick, and once here in a few seconds, we're going to move into 6. And this is where that 5 points of damage for every second you are in the zone. So if you're not in the safe spot just yet, you're going to have to beeline your way there. As you see more and more teams trying to accumulate that storm surge damage. Even in accelerated lobby, it's still a thing in the back of some players' minds. Everyone except for Peterbot and Boyo.
Okay, but Peterbot's down. Boyo's here. Finds the follow-ups, the instant elimination.
Peterbot
but
down
no,
again.
The thirst comes through at the end. This is 13 elims now. Is Boyo gonna go for the reboot though? Just a real question. Box is one right there. Oh, this is King and Craze. That was crazy.
Might have a chance to. I was about to
yeah,
say,
he
I'm pretty
does.
sure. Yeah, there's
Oh,
one on top of
gosh.
the mountain. I was thinking Frosted Flats. It might be too far away.
Going
Then
for
I'm like,
the
wait a minute. I'm pretty sure
Res
there
in the
is a
middle of
second
circle is
reboot.
insane.
Pushed or not, he's gonna have to go ahead and get
Oh, he's
aggressive
dead.
here. Big shots could be fired off, but he's taking over 180 damage just like that until he's sprayed down by King and Craze.
Yeah.
One hunter into another.
I was gonna say, you know, again, we made all these references about King and Craze, the other team in this lobby, thinning things out. And you just shot the wrong duo on the rotate. They have nothing to lose. You saw how fast they just turned. In a normal grand finals, that right there never happened. They'll never came into the storm
That's
away from
rough.
the safe zone. But all good. Entertainment was there. Curve and Higgs, though, on the pressure right now. Who is that they're fighting?
Yeah, what up?
I thought for a moment, because I saw in the feed, that they did take down Sphinx. He is fully eliminated out of this lobby.
well, what
But
do you
that
expect,
might have
man?
been
They're-
the blessing for Kanata. A whole
They're
nother
just,
team
you know,
pushing in
playing
to
their
try to
great old
disrupt that
game
fight.
called
This is
Valorant,
how
you know,
they
for the
found that
200th
elimination,
millionth time
rotating
in their
from
life.
Frosted Flats, trying to make their way on over, and you can see he wasn't able to actually get the revive. So Kanata
Dude, they've been in
now
that
this
other
game
call for
as
like
a
2 hours
solo, and
now.
he's right below all the action of Higgs and Curves.
How badly does he want to kick? Curve and Higgs actually have 9 elims as well. Talk about a huge game for
Was
them
it actually
right
2
now.
hours?
Just
I was
coming
just
out of
saying
nowhere.
random
The
stuff.
zone is going to double back
Yeah,
though
it is.
towards Kanata. He might be able to count his lucky stars here. Now, I kind of have a problem with this though. You don't have Pewterbot in this lobby anymore, so they're not going to continue to be keying unless King and Craze, Higgs and Curve keep pushing the rest of this lobby.
Nah, he's more energy than
Everyone
yesterday.
else is playing for the
100%.
win.
I feel like now we have begun.
You been
Game
watching these
5 of
games or
Fortnite.
nah?
If you're lucky enough to make it this far in the game, got yourself a real shot. Kanata.
No,
we
he
saw
was
Dragon
reading
and
it.
Creon
Trust
go
me, I
down
heard
around
him respawn.
111 points. So he is still the person to be around 10th place on the consistency leaderboard. Just needs to go ahead and get a couple more placement points or another couple of eliminations here. That'll put him at least
I
above
don't know.
Dragon and Creon.
It depends on how
good starting to be built.
He's got a lot of kind of area to play with here. This is all his old zone. Just trying to utilize that wood the best that he can to get to the front now. Again, all that matters now is that he earns himself some placement points. I'm thinking he's going to need probably 30, maybe 40 points minimal. But no, Curve sees the solo here. He's already pressured them once. Kanata doubles back. This is good, though. He's got that all under control. Curve recognizes there could be danger.
You think,
These are metal boxes he retreated to.
Well, Lacey and them are
Lucky
splitting
for
a
him,
drop.
there
You
was
know that
all
pitch,
that
right?
space for him to go in, which makes it, like you're saying, so risky for Higgs and Curve. They're going to slow
Lacey
it
and
down just a little bit.
yeah,
They realize the
Lacey and
stage
Fact City
of
are
the
splitting
game
a
that we're
drop.
actually into these moving zones. One mistake could cost them an opportunity.
Yeah,
here,
they're
even with
splitting,
their spot
and I'm
already
I
secured.
don't.
If we find
I think
ourselves with a
that's going
Higgs
to be
and
interesting
Curve
to see how that
victory
plays
royale, again,
out.
the bottom of the leaderboard will shift up just a little bit. So you got to look at the silver lining in a lot of the situations here where they already have 10 2,400 above the damage threshold. I think that's just as impressive as the 10 eliminations themselves.
Lead in the lobby right now, leading the pack here, doing very, very well for themselves. And look at this, this really isn't even a real mid-ground layer. Like Higgs and Curve kind of have this like chill lobby. This is what happens in the end game when you start to really push players to their limit and everyone is so low on the standings and out of the race that they need that win for grand finals. This is exactly what happens. Meanwhile, Kanata,
Yeah, I don't
more
think they're
pressure
going to
than
fight each
anyone else
other.
right here as a solo takes down one. Can't quite get the finish as he has to rotate through, but he leaves that player in the storm. He might be able to
In
earn himself
scrims,
some
Pigeon,
placement points here.
when they
And,
were
of course,
doing
elimination points, we'll
scrims,
see.
Lacey and Ark, they would like just get a few tags or whatever, like they would get a few tags on each other, like off like spawn, and then they just wouldn't fight.
Max is finally going to get cleaned up, so he does get his points. 111, tying Dragon and Creon on the overall leaderboard. One more team needs to go down. Who kind of pass them, start to build that cushion. But you can see how dangerous of a position not only he, but Spear is on the other side. 134.
Ark
much
is
farther up on the
insane.
leaderboard, but
Have you
can
seen
have
Ark
that
play, Pigeon,
feeling
or
that
no?
maybe it's not over just yet, but he is so close to qualifying.
I don't
And
know
Lacey's
how
just
the
a-
ultimate
is
low ground play
better
when he
than
goes for it.
Fact City. He's
Meanwhile,
not even
Bucky
close.
and Cam try to make the heroes effort play for high ground, but Cam is left by himself as it turns to a failed attempt. In the end, Higgs and
Lacey's
Curve
on 0 ping.
thwarts their
Lacey's gonna be on
attempt.
0 ping
Cam now
today too
forced the
because he's
heal.
playing at Kayson's house.
Kanata falls at 115, Jacob.
Uh-oh. Now you're really starting to feel
They didn't
that
call, did
pressure
they?
monster. 13 eliminations, though, for Curve and Higgs. They're continuing to light up the leaderboard. Top 16 situation. 3 players monster running around as solos down below.
You need one of these big dogs to take this win right now.
Bro,
You
this
need
team's
King or Craze
team's
to
gonna
do it.
qual off on
If you're
key
on
in
the-
every single
If
game.
you're on the bubble, you want someone above you to qualify at this point in time. Higgs and Curve are still fighting their way through the lobby, by the way, but King and Craze just are dominating here now, pressuring everyone down low, creating the blender for the rest of the competition here. I still see Skittles up. Oh, look at this. Kayan and Skittle actually just jump up over the 120 mark. That's the placement points that everyone else was trying to fight for. Here goes the high ground fight again. It's Leaf this time, but he's not going to have enough firepower there. King and Craze take a lot of damage, but they have enough to kind of maintain control here. Craze trying to finish what he started. Goes to the outskirts, goes to the wall take. Curve finds an Elim on the low ground. Off to the front side he goes. This is all up to Kingaling now. High ground, solo.
Yeah, both Curve and King both as solos. They were the ones that were left alive, kind of affecting the lobby the most, especially after Veno, Aegis, Peter Bot, Pollo no longer around. So this is where you really have to push yourself forward. Top 10, half of the placement points already, but the lights get shut out. King gets another elimination as he makes his way back on up into the clouds, kind of give him a bird's eye view, but it's not going to be for free. Zen fighting for it before he eventually has fallen. Him and Paper will get sent out, and Curve turns back to the scene of the crime. This is his high ground. You are just a placeholder.
Just why not? Why not continue to fight for it? They're just having fun at this point. Curves smashing the lobby right here. Finds another solo. There's just a singular duo down there.
Honestly, yeah.
But it doesn't
I feel like a
matter.
lot of teams
Sir Kieran,
want
164, surely he's done enough now. He's
Higgs'
just fighting
team
his
to
way
win
through
this,
the
right?
game.
This end game.
Sap
It'd
here
be good for
finds
everyone,
himself
right?
at 136, playing the storm line. He's not going to have enough time probably to go
If
for the
Curve
next one.
clutches this and
Curve
wins,
finds
that's
him
good
as
for
well.
everyone, right?
15 eliminations and counting here, Jacob.
Because they take
He's
the
now
spot.
focusing in on the
They
other
take the
solo
win.
Who's trying to run back to the storm line? That's a fresh elim there, and he's trying to fight for 20. But Bolo, tragic at 89 points, but Curve is still fighting for it.
I've never witnessed such greatness. Curve, 16 eliminations, already
Oh my
17. Dodging the first shot. Yes, 70 on the chug jug. Blocks off the shockwave.
Dang, he did it.
Curve, 18 eliminations as a solo.
Holy.
He has stolen today's show.
How close was
21
Kanata?
total, but Curve puts the lobby in his pocket and to the bank. That is how you put him away right there, Jacob. What a fun way for us to close
Kanata
out the
wasn't
Heat
close.
3 here. Zeke, I mean, give us your thoughts now.
136. Oh, Skittles made it.
Oh my god!
Skittles made it.
No way, dude. No way. By the way, no big deal. FNC is champion, by the way. Curve. Oh my gosh. This kid has been up on the rise. I've had the pleasure of meeting his family back at Summit. We had a chance to talk to Curve mom and dad, some of the sweetest people you ever seen in your life. I'm telling you right now, his dad is probably screaming at the top of his lungs right now, which is what I want to do in celebration as well, but I gotta make sure that I don't, like, we do a show here. Kelly Link.
Pigeon
Curve
said 160.
just solo clutched a game. In
What
his
do you mean
entirety.
you're not going to scream at the top of your lungs? That's exactly what you just did. That's what we were
did.
all doing. Zeke, Vivid, everyone watching at home. He had more eliminations than any other duo had together in a single game. And if you actually look at the leaderboard, he might have more eliminations than a lot of duos together. 18 eliminations from our reigning NAC champion Curve. You got to think that Higgs is super happy with this.
Alrighty,
matchup
I'm gonna
right
get off.
now.
I'm gonna chill for a little
They've
bit, and
been
then
looking
I'll
good
join
all
call for
day,
West.
but that
Okay.
game solidifies it.
Listen, Levin's little fantasy league that he's created for us here
Curve.
for the FNCS had me so invested in that game because I had Curve on my team and I was loving every last bit of that. I mean, the
Okay, I
guy
know.
was up on high ground. Not even when he was just specifically up on high ground. That pistol in hand, like, were we in a Heat's final lobby or was Curve in